Oh fuck, my sorry about that. My mic was turned off. We'll just start all the way from the beginning. Texas Panhandler, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Texas says, so does God himself eat manna or just the angels or whatever? If they're eating, does that mean that they need toilets in heaven? Why doesn't the Bible cover important stuff? 4 days, buddy. Well, to answer your question, God does kind of eat in the Bible. In Genesis 18, he shares a meal with Abraham. In Exodus 24, he shares a meal with Moses, Nadab, Abihu, and the 70 elders, including Aaron. And then you already know in the Psalms, there's the manna from heaven. This is referred to as the bread of heaven and the food of the angels. And in the latter parts of Exodus, when God demands the twice daily offerings, they're basically meal offerings. And then also in Leviticus, God refers to some of the offerings as his food. So it just seems to me that the oldest conception of Yahweh was a Yahweh that was eating, which is what you would expect, because the ancient Canaanite deity El, the precursor to Yahweh, El ate and drank up on the mountain. I mean, El was, in one point in the Canaanite Baal cycle, El actually gets intoxicated, and they have a feast on the mountain as well. El and his sons and daughters and everybody else. So it's there's nothing in the ancient world. There's nothing that would preclude a deity from eating and drinking. It's kind of a modern concept that like a god has to be like immaterial and doesn't have a form or doesn't need food. But to answer your question, yeah, it's actually a kind of a problem, because if God does eat and if the angels eat as well, then what are they doing with the waste? I mean, presumably, I don't know, maybe the idea is that they'd be so efficient that that nobody would like notice. Like it just, you wouldn't need waste. But then there's other questions like what do we do? Like what do we do with those orifices and things that are no longer being used? You know what I mean? Like I don't like, there's got to be some kind of function like for those things now, right? Nevertheless, hey friends, we got somebody in queue already, so let me grab our first member and bring them in. Welcome in, KB Crusader. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Good, thank you. Just a real quick one for you. I was scrolling through YouTube the other day and I saw, you know, Juju?
Nah.
Oh, so he made a video of you trying to say that trying to run the LPT. I was wondering
The
if you
what?
would be open to the logical problem of the Trinity.
Oh, okay.
You said it violates the law of identity.
Yeah. Most conceptions of the Trinity would violate the law of identity, yeah, because
Okay, how so?
well, because identity, in order to be identical to something, you have to have all of the essential characteristics, and Jesus
Yep.
is not identical to the definition of God.
Okay, how so?
Because he lacks omniscience, he lacks omnipresence, and probably lacks omnipotence. But that's
Okay.
not really
So that's
something
an
that
LPI. That's yeah. Carry on. Sorry. Carry on.
the omnipotence is something that can be argued based on like your interpretation of the text. So I don't usually run that one.
Yeah. Okay. So you understand that, like, we're going to distinguish between two senses when we say that he doesn't possess omniscience. But the main point that I wanted to pick up on is you said it violates, specifically in the video that I saw, you said it violates transitivity.
Yeah, that's like you need that for identity. Like if you're identical to
Yeah.
something else, that means the properties of that thing you would also have.
So Leibniz's law, right?
I have no fucking idea.
So if A and B are identical, they
I
share
have
all the
to
same
I
properties?
keep reminding like the Philbros on here. I went to school to study real stuff.
No, I get that, but with all fairness, you did like state the law in the debate, so I would expect you to know the name of the law. Like if you
What?
name the law, I would
I
expect you
know
to
the
know what
name
it
of the
is.
law. Why the fuck would I know Leibniz or whatever his name is?
Because that's the name of the law that you cited in the debate.
No, it's just the law of identity.
No, Leibniz's law isn't the same as the law of identity.
Oh, I didn't say Leibniz one bit, so
Yeah,
sounds
but you
like
said that if A and B are
sounds like
identical, they
you're
share all the
arguing
same
against
properties, right?
somebody else, not me.
Okay, in the discussion that I watched with you with another Christian, you said if A and B are identical, then they share all of the same properties and vice versa, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, and you're aware that like Leibniz himself says that this is only going to hold if and only if A and B are identical in reality and in concept.
Yet that's what it means to be identical.
Yeah, okay,
To be
so then, for
identical
example, right?
in reality, yeah.
Okay, so if we just said that like the Trinity is an opaque context, then transitivity wouldn't hold, or Leibniz's law wouldn't hold, right?
That's a meaningless term. Opaque context. What the fuck does it even supposed to mean?
Yeah, it's like where there's going to be like one thing like that's identical to itself in reality, but we're going to distinguish like aspects of that one thing.
Can you be identical to something in reality and then have different aspects?
Well, the way that I would explain it is we can have one thing that we can make like two identical statements about, but substitute the term, and the truth value wouldn't hold. I can give you an example if you'd like.
I'm not interested in the truth value. I'm asking if an object is identical to another object, would it not mean that all the properties are completely the same?
The properties would be the same, but we wouldn't be able to make the exact same truth statements about them. And I can give you an example if you'd like.
But it's irrelevant. If they're identical, then they're identical. That's all you need to know.
They're identical in reality, but not in concept. That's the distinction that Leibniz makes.
But concept has to match reality, or else you're not talking about the thing.
Yes.
You're talking about something other than the thing. Like if I said, well, the concept of my pen has different realities, but my pen in real life has the identical reality. Well, that's stupid. Now you're just playing games.
Oh, no, I don't think that's not what I'm saying. I think there's been like a misalignment of like we're talking past each other. I can explain what I mean. So what I'm essentially saying is, right, we could say, for example, when we discuss the Trinity, we're making certain statements about the Father, certain statements about the Son, and distinguishing between the two, right? Like we're assuming the Son is begotten, the Father is not begotten, things like this, right? I'm saying they can still be materially identical, right? But they can also be distinguished conceptually. Sorry? Materially identical just means that they index the same essence.
What's the essence made of? Because your definition of essence should be the essential properties. Yeah, it should be the essential properties.
I don't think that that's like the definition of essence that like philosophers hold to. That's a contemporary definition.
You can just look up the definition of essence.
I just said it's not the definition that I'm working on.
Well, then you better find a different one.
I mean, I can even grant that definition though, and like my argument or your argument would still like not work.
No, it would work, yeah. Because if Jesus lacks
can you run the Leibniz's law argument?
If Jesus lacks the properties of God, the essential properties of God, then he's not God. So if one of the essential properties of God is that God is all-knowing, Jesus is not all-knowing.
Well, this is you understand this is a completely different argument to the Leibniz's law argument that you ran on the other Christian.
But I have no fucking idea what Leibniz's law is. I'm just telling you what I mean by identity. You used it in an
argument the other day.
I did not. I've never mentioned that person's name in my life. I have no idea who it is.
So you said if the Father and Son are share all the same properties, then they're identical, right?
If they share 100% of their properties, they would be identical. That's how that works. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty easy.
Now, do you think that then follows that if I make a statement about the Father, I have to also make that statement of the Son?
No, you would have two entities that were identical.
Right, and if they're identical and they share the same properties, then you were trying to argue the other day, at least from the video that I watched, unless you were reading off of a script or something, which I'm going to be charitable and assume you weren't. In the conversation you had the other day, you were saying that would mean that everything we say of the Father, we also say of the Son, and that would mean thus reduced to one person.
All the properties, yeah. Now, it depends on what you mean by identical, right? So, for example, Danny...
Sharing the same properties.
Danny would say if it shares 100% of the properties, it would even share location, space, temporality. It would share all those things, right?
Yeah,
I'm charitable enough to say it can share all the necessary properties and not say that like location, time, and things like that are necessary properties. But the problem is you would end up with two gods rather than one God if they're identical. If they do share 100% of all of their properties, even the non-essential properties, then you end up with literally just one entity with no distinction.
Right. Okay. So, this is the point. Right. Okay. So this is the point you made in the debate the other day, right? So it's the second point I wanted to pick you up on, right? When you said we would just end up with one entity that we can't just make distinctions within. I wouldn't agree with that. And the reason is, right, I can still like semantically distinguish between the Father and the Son, just that I can make truth statements about the Father that I wouldn't make about the Son, as long as it's in opaque context.
But that's just in your imagination, not in real life. I see the
Well,
problem
it's
that you are
we're
having is I'm
conceptually
talking about
distinguishing.
in real life, not about what you can conceive. I can fucking conceive of the tooth fairy. Does it make anything about the tooth fairy like
Well, that's
relative
completely
to a truth
non-analogous.
value? It's meaningless, right? The fact that you can
But that's completely
imagine a separate
non-analogous.
entity is not like in real life a separate entity.
Yeah. So like for example, right? If so, which like how specifically, which iteration of the law do you want to run it? Do you want to say that because you also said that it would reduce to two gods a second ago? So what would the argument for that be?
Well, the argument is if you have two identical beings, but they don't share time and space, then you've just got two identical entities.
What's the argument that it would have to like occupy time and space?
Because time and space is how we locate things and determine what is and what is not that thing. So if A is A and it's not B, there has to be something that distinguishes A from B. The most minimal
Does
thing
it
that you can use to distinguish A from B would be either spatial or temporal relationships.
wait? So you're saying that the only way to distinguish two things is space and time?
No, I said the most basic way you can distinguish two things would be the location
Wait,
and the
so I
time,
could
or the
distinguish
space
the
and the
Father and the
time.
Son. So I could distinguish the Father
If
and the Son
they're
via some different method, right?
if they're in different space and time.
No, no, but you just said that I don't have to appeal to space and time. I don't have to apply space-time distinction to distinguish between two things, right?
No, but that's my point. If they differ in the essential attributes, not just space time, well, then they're not identical anymore.
Right, but wait, when did I posit that they differ in essential attribute?
I did. They're different in essential attributes, which is part of my
Oh,
argument.
okay. So yeah, so how so? How would that follow?
I just told you he's not all knowing. Jesus is not.
According to, are you going to
According
say
to
like Matthew
according to
24:36 or?
according to his own words and according to Luke as well.
Okay, according to like, can you give me a verse or?
Yeah, you already got the first one, Matthew 24:36. He doesn't know the day nor the hour. And then in Luke chapter
Yeah.
3, he has to grow in
Okay.
wisdom.
Okay, so in Matthew 24:36 specifically, right? That's like what that's what I'd be interested in picking up on with you. Where would what would the condition be there?
There's no condition. Jesus just made a statement about himself.
So you'll find in the Greek there's a conditional particle.
Oh, yeah. Is there?
Yes, it's
Sure.
a me. There's a condition and a negation. So what's the conditional particle?
That's not in there.
Well, it quite literally is. It's a me. You can check the Greek if you
That's
want.
not a conditional.
So a me, a is a conditional particle, and me is a negative particle.
A is without, yeah. But it's not
Yep.
conditional.
And what is me?
Well,
No,
go
a is not
me.
without. That's me. No, a isn't without.
A would be lacking or without, just like in like atheism.
A would be if.
Or like a chronos.
No, a would be
just,
if.
You would just be missing the thing.
No, a would be if.
No, A meaning like the first letter of the word would be not if, it would be without. If you have a separate word,
So the EI,
if you have a separate word, the separate word for if would be in English it'd be like an E and an I, but it wouldn't be attached to the word.
Yeah, so if Christ says "E me pater," what's that?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? You tell me.
It'd say if not or if only the Father.
Oh, so if not the Father, right?
I mean, you could say it that way, yeah.
Okay, could you say it as if without the Father?
I wouldn't say it without the Father.
No, I'm not asking if you would say it without the Father. I'm asking if it can be legitimately translated, if you can translate the negative particle as if without the Father.
No, typically, like when you do without in Greek, you would like actually have the word with a negative particle, or you would have like without. Like they have ways of expressing.
So wait, yeah, but it is a negative particle. That's the thing.
They have ways of expressing that.
Yeah. So could it be like legitimately translated as if without the Father? If you have a me. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know of a time where it is.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if it can.
I don't think so. No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well that's just not right.
I mean,
like I can show you. If you give me like 2 minutes, I can pull it up and show you.
again, I said I don't think so. I don't see in the Greek text where it usually gets translated that way. There's actually a way to do that.
I mean, I can pull it up and show you. So, like, for example, right, you know, like when you say if not the Father, because that's the translation you gave,
Mm-hmm.
what's the condition?
There isn't a condition,
Okay, so you just think
which
the author
is
threw in a conditional particle there just for giggles, just for vibes?
no. The
So
conditional
why you put a
particle.
conditional particle in there?
There's a lot of conditional particles in like Greek rhetoric. It's not always a condition.
Wait, so it's
Like
rhetorical?
there's lots of rhetorical like if particles or if onlys. In fact, even in Hebrew, you'll find a lot of if onlys or if nots that are, essentially
Okay,
just
so and rhetoric,
idiomatic usages.
yeah, does wait, so it's an idiom or
I said idiomatic usage, meaning you can use a phrase. So, for example, if only, right? If only I
yeah,
had something. Like we
yeah.
understand that if only doesn't. We're not really saying that we're only talking about this one thing and literally nothing else. It's just an expression. Say, hey, if only I had a thing. The word only doesn't really modify the sentence.
Yeah. Can you like support that within the verse or?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In the verse, it doesn't say. There's nothing in here about a conditional, right? So
Well, there is
to
quite
have
literally
a
a conditional particle in there.
the conditional particle doesn't mean that there's a conditional. You need
Like a
some sort
second
of
ago, with
you're
all
gonna need
fairness,
some
bro.
sort of antecedent for the conditional to be a literal
With all
conditional.
fairness, a second ago you said there was no conditional particle in the verse at all.
The word if I wouldn't call a particle. That's the problem.
Well,
So
it
you use the word
definitionally is a particle.
you use the word particle, and usually a particle.
I mean, I can
is
show you from the lexicon that it's a particle.
I'm fucking sure you can. But what I'm trying to tell you is
So
that
why are you saying it's not then?
I'm trying to help you understand. Like when I say particle, I'm usually referring to an attachment to a word, right? So you can have a standalone.
fine.
You can have a standalone word that is a conditional. We typically refer to that as just a word. You can have something attached to the conjugation of a word or the declination of a word, and quite often that's referred to as a particle.
Yeah,
that doesn't
fine.
mean
I'm a
that
bit confused.
everybody.
Like
That doesn't mean that everybody is going to use that verbiage. I'm sure there are people who would refer to various standalone words as particles.
Well, that's fine. I was just confused as to why you said like you were sure I could show you the lexicon saying it, and then you said it still wasn't. But like, just like to clarify, your whole argument you're trying to get to, if I've been like following the conversation, is that this violates the law of identity. Could you like give the argument as to how it would follow then that the divine nature is no longer identical to itself if Christ if Christ like has only habitual knowledge during the incarnation?
Yeah, because if Jesus does not know all things, then he just lacks omniscience. That's all it means.
How would that follow that the divine nature and human nature cease to be identical to themselves?
Well, because if the human nature cancels out the divine nature, it would mean that the human nature is greater than the divine nature.
Wait,
and the divine nature
what's the
is
argument?
not only not greater than the divine nature, it's also temporary. Like the body of Jesus is like one of the most
divine nature.
The body of Jesus is one of the most problematic issues for the Trinity. The hypostatic union is complete nonsense.
Yeah, so you saying it's nonsense doesn't give me an argument. What's the argument that the divine nature would no longer be identical to itself?
God can't have parts, and hypostatic union declares that Jesus has two parts.
What's the referent of God here?
I don't know what the fuck you mean by a referent of God, but if God
so when you say God,
not have parts, then Jesus has two parts. That means he's not God. It's pretty simple.
What are you referring to when you say
I'm referring
like
to his two natures, the divine nature and his non-divine nature. The body is obviously a part.
Yeah, so you're referring to the person of Christ when you refer to God?
Is the body a part?
Sorry? Yeah, we say Christ is composite during the hypostatic union.
Is the body... Okay, so if the body is a part, then that means Jesus is made up of parts. And
I just
if you
said
believe that God...
We already affirm that
God doesn't have parts... Okay, well then he's not God.
Okay, how does that follow?
Because God doesn't have parts.
So what's going to set the truth conditions for Christ being God?
That's just standard nonsense that you guys say, not me. Like in my worldview, God having parts is absolutely like a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, that's only going to follow.
theists
second.
for like the majority of history would never say something stupid like God doesn't have parts.
Yeah, so it's still not going to follow, because that's only going to like follow if we say that the human nature is essential to Christ being God. Like we don't say that he
if
has
it's
to
not
take on a human
essential,
nature.
then God has parts that are both temporary and also parts.
No, you're not following, because when we say that Christ is God, it's the divine nature that sets
Is
the truth
Jesus
conditions
God?
for that, right?
Is Jesus
Yes.
God? Okay. Does Jesus have a
Yes, I just
body?
said yes. Yes, during the incarnation.
Okay, so then that means he had parts during the incarnation. So he wasn't God.
So we say he's composite during the incarnation.
Okay, can God be composite?
During the incarnation, yes, he was composite.
Okay, so God's never
The
allowed to
person
have
of Christ
parts
was composite.
except when he wants to have parts.
If God so chooses to take on human flesh, like he can, you've still not given me an argument.
Okay,
as to why he
so
can't
just
do
to be
that.
clear then, the idea that God doesn't or can't have parts isn't actually true. So you're not going to hold to the PSR? Or what the fuck do you call
here,
it?
right, you're just going to be equivocating on God.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what's the reference of God here?
This is your nonsense argument, right? If you believe
I've not
that
given an
God
argument. You're the one that's
does
given an
not
argument.
have parts, like what Aquinas would say, and Jesus has parts, it just means that he's not God. It's not hard.
Yeah, Aquinas affirms that Christ was composite during the incarnation.
Cool. Then you can't say that God doesn't
Wait, did
have
you
parts.
say PSR? Wait, what did you? When
no,
did you say PSR?
That's not what I was looking for. There's a
You said PSR, right?
There's another word. There's another phrase meaning God doesn't have parts.
You mean ADS?
Perhaps.
I think you mean ADS, but like, yeah. So when we say Christ is God, right, it's the divine nature that sets the truth conditions for that statement. So we wouldn't need to index the human nature when we say Christ is God.
Okay, so then Christ has parts, but that part's not God.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
Yeah, so what you're saying is that God only refers to half of Jesus.
Oh, no, so you're confused because that's not what I said. You didn't listen to what I said.
I did, yeah. You said it only indexes to the divine part, which means Jesus only has half of identity.
I didn't say divine part. No, you're confused. I didn't say it indexes the divine part. I said what sets the truth conditions when we say Christ is God? It's the divine nature that sets the truth conditions for that statement.
The truth conditions are irrelevant. If Jesus is God and Jesus has parts, then he's not God. If you believe God can't have parts. This is not very difficult.
Argument for that? Can you give the argument for that?
Yeah, P1, God doesn't have parts. P2,
what's
Jesus
the
has parts.
Of God?
Conclusion,
can you disambiguate the referent of God?
Isn't God. It's pretty simple.
Can you disambiguate the referent of God?
I'll write it out for you. P1, God does not.
What's the referent of God here? What's the referent of God?
Jesus.
See how he's equivocating and he doesn't want to define terms?
Conclusion, Jesus is not God. I'll put this on screen so you can keep track of it. Well, I don't think this one's very difficult. I'm just waiting for you to...
What's the reference of God?
God is Jesus if you think Jesus is God.
Okay, so you need to change P1 to Jesus does not have parts then?
Doesn't matter.
And then if you're genuinely good faith and you say that God here is referring to Jesus. So hold on, let's just unpack, right? You're saying that God here is referencing Jesus, right? So therefore your syllogism should still follow if you change God for Jesus here.
Jesus is going to be his nature and let's say his physical
you mean his divine nature?
Attributes. Whatever you
mean his
want to
divine
call
and human nature.
All of his natures. All of his natures are going to be included in as well as his physical attributes.
Yeah, so you're just like pretty confused. So when you say P1 God has parts, and then you said that the referent of God is
Jesus?
So yeah, so when I asked you what the referent of God is, and you said Jesus, that should mean you should be able to change P1 to Jesus.
I'm asking what is Jesus?
Yeah, I just said that you should be able to change P1 to Jesus does not have parts if that's the referent.
I'm in P2. What is Jesus?
No,
when,
but in
when
P1,
I say
your syllogism should still follow.
When I say the word Jesus, what does it mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Yeah. What do you think the word Jesus means?
It's picking out the person.
Oh, person. And what is a person?
An individual substance of a rational nature.
A substance of a rational nature? You think rational natures have substances?
I just said an individual substance of a rational nature.
What is a substance to you?
Yeah, just in existence.
But it is, how does it exist if it has no like actual temporal location or physicality? That's
You
why
think something can't exist
that's why I included his physical body, because Jesus
you think something can't
doesn't
exist without
have
physical reality?
Jesus doesn't have like
Did you say something can't exist without physical reality?
what I'm saying is all things that seem to exist are physical.
Okay, so wait, do propositions exist?
Propositions are abstracts. They don't have ontology. They're things that
but they
we
exist, right?
they're
Natures are
things
abstract too.
they're in our head. They exist in our
Yeah,
head.
natures are abstract too.
Natures don't exist. Natures are
Right. Okay. So now,
descriptions.
so natures don't exist because they're abstract. You said.
Natures are what we decide. Like we look at an object and we say, "Hey, this thing is different from that thing," and then we call it a nature. Like we would do a boundary around what we would call
Okay. Does the human
attributes, and
nature
then we would
exist?
say, "Well, then the attribute." Um, uh, by nature, I would say no. The human nature doesn't exist. The human nature.
The human nature doesn't exist.
The word nature is just what we're using to describe a human. Like the word itself doesn't exist. Platonic forms don't exist.
So the human nature doesn't exist.
The idea is just something that is in our brain.
So the human nature doesn't exist.
Nature itself does not have existence. Nature itself
how
is
do you define
describing
nature?
Things that are different, right? So
wait, how do you define nature?
This pop can is different from this pen, and then we can describe the differences. Those differences is what we would call the nature of each object. But nature itself doesn't have existence.
So the differences are the nature? So the differences are the nature?
No, the nature itself doesn't exist. The differences exist.
No, but you just said the differences are what we would call the nature.
Yeah, we use the word nature. It's a word that we make up, but nature itself, the idea, doesn't have its own existence.
Okay, and how do you define nature?
I just told you the essential qualities.
Wait, do essential qualities exist?
Essential qualities are what we define. Now, the qualities themselves, for example, like the atoms that make up this aluminum
What do you mean
can,
what we define?
Those atoms do exist. Like the atoms. So
nature is just subjective, or
nature? Yeah, nature is subjective. Like we get to define where the boundaries are of an object.
Wait, so human nature is just subjective?
Human nature is the boundary marker. Like we have decided. We have decided as a rational species what is a human. For example, if you go back in history, like in evolution, there's a really huge gray. There's a really huge gray area, right? Between like what do we consider a human and what was like a proto-human.
Yeah, I think you're confused between nature and essence.
Well, give me the difference.
Because you define them the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you think nature is like coextensive with essence? Or it's the same as essence?
An object's nature refers to its properties.
No, but you said that you give the same definition as nature as you did for essence, right?
Yeah, I'm using them interchangeably.
So you think nature and essence are interchangeable?
In modern English, like typically, yeah. So if you just look up the definition, it refers to the intrinsic character.
Yeah, nature is the principle by which a thing acts. That's the definition of nature.
Actually, the definition here says it refers to the intrinsic character, essential properties, or the fundamental constitution.
Yeah, so where's this definition coming from? Because I'm not just going to grant a colloquial definition.
It's coming from a couple different places. So
a couple different places. Reddit. Sorry, carry on.
Wiki?
I just coughed. Oh, Wikipedia?
Yeah.
We're just using Wikipedia definitions now, just for vibes?
I'm sorry, does Wikipedia not allow to supply definitions for anything?
No, I'm not going to grant a Wikipedia definition in a philosophical discussion.
Oh, sure. Well, we can go to the dictionary.
I mean, if you're critiquing my worldview, right, of the incarnation?
No, I'm critiquing the definition of the word right now.
Yeah, but like the wider conversation is you critiquing the incarnation, right?
Well, obviously, but you have to understand, like, I'm going to use words.
If you're critiquing the incarnation, typically, then you're going to have to operate
how the words are actually used.
Yeah, but if you're critiquing my worldview, then you're not just going to be able to like force colloquial definitions onto my position.
Well, then if you have a different definition of the word nature, you're allowed to use it. If you want to use it referring to a phenomenon, meaning how something behaves, you're welcome to do that. I'm just going to use the word behavior.
Also, give me that definition of nature again.
I just told you the essential characters, properties, and attributes.
Okay, you think intrinsic means essential, or
Intrinsic means like it's like naturally inherent to the well, it's naturally in the object. So, for example, when I worked on machines all my life, right? So I design explosion-proof machines. When you have a circuit that doesn't have the ability to create a spark, it's usually referred to as intrinsically safe. It just means that
yeah?
it
So
doesn't possess the capability of doing something, or it does possess the capability of doing something.
so I'm just gonna ask you again. Does intrinsic mean essential?
No, I didn't say it did.
I mean,
It's
I'm
like
pretty
you,
sure
it's like
you've
you don't
said that
even,
like 2 or 3
it's like you don't
times.
even listen to me. No,
No,
I
I
didn't
mean
say
when
that
you were
they're.
critiquing the incarnation,
I didn't
you were
say that.
talking about like
I didn't say that they
these
were the
essential
same.
properties being intrinsic, or like these intrinsic properties having to be essential.
No, what I'm saying is like the nature of something would include multiple things: characteristics, properties, constitution.
Yeah. Wait, just repeat that again. Sorry, just repeat that one more time.
Characteristics, properties. You can
Yep.
even include behavior or constitution, like what's it made of.
Right, and not all of these are essential, right?
Well, no. Well, I mean, it depends. You get to decide what is essential, right? So that's the
Well, that's
position of
not
the
so.
theist.
But
The
you said the
theist gets
nature is the
the
intrinsic
theist gets
properties,
to
right?
decide what they think is essential to God. So, for example, if
That's
you
not the
go into
discussion.
classical theism, right? If you go back to like Canaanite religion or even Hebrew Bible religion, they have a different set of like essential properties that would make something a god. Now, in philosophy, in like whatever the stuff you went to school to learn, your definition of God is a little bit different than the ancient definition of God. It just happens to be that your definition is untenable.
Yeah. So just to clarify, right? You think the nature is the intrinsic properties.
That's how I'm using the word. You're welcome to use it whatever you want to. If
Okay,
you
and the
want it to
intrinsic
mean
properties.
if you want
Okay,
it to
and the
mean
intrinsic properties, do they
phenomena,
exist?
if you want it to mean phenomena or behavior, you're welcome to do that.
Yes, well done. You're learning that terms are subjective, right? Now, these intrinsic properties, do they exist?
The properties, like
Yes.
platonically,
That's not what I'm asking. You said that the nature is the intrinsic properties. Do the intrinsic properties of a thing exist?
the thing does have what we would call differences. Those differences, what we describe as properties.
Sorry, say that again.
Properties, I don't believe properties exist. This whole conversation
Properties don't exist.
is going to come down to you trying to find some sort of like immaterial thing that exists, and I don't believe in any of those
That's not what I'm saying.
things.
You're saying properties don't exist.
No, we define
No, I'm not asking what
the
we define. I'm
word
asking do
property.
properties
So
exist?
when we see that something is different from something else, we call that thing a property. But it's
My
just a it's just a
my
difference.
pedigree chum. Do properties exist or not?
I just told you no.
So wait, not any kind of property?
I just told you properties don't exist.
Do physical properties exist?
Physical properties don't exist either. I'll try to explain this one more time. This is not difficult. When something is different from another thing, meaning it's not identical, right? Or it's got constituent parts that are different, or the part itself is different. We call
Mashallah.
those differences, we would refer to as, you can refer to them as properties, you can refer to them as attributes. We're defining like how that word is used, and it's referring to the differences in something. Properties don't exist.
Yeah, so now you've violated the law of non-contradiction. I can explain why.
Mm-hmm.
So initially, you said that you were using nature and essence coextensively. You were using them interchangeably, right?
For the most part.
Okay, and essence is a set of essential properties, right?
Yeah, something's essence is the essential characteristics and properties and attributes of something.
Okay. And when I asked you if the nature is the set of essential properties, you said no, it's the set of intrinsic properties, and the intrinsic properties aren't essential necessarily, right?
Well, the difference is a nature doesn't include just the essential properties. Something can have a nature that might include some non-essential properties.
Oh, so nature and essence aren't co-referential.
They're nearly co-referential.
No, you said earlier you were using them co-referentially.
I said earlier I'm using interchangeably, but they're not identical terms. They're nearly identical.
Oh, so they're not the same thing.
Well, I said they're not identical. So
You said to
the
me they
fact
were
that
the same thing.
something, I said they're not the same thing. I said they're interchangeable for the most part. And the only real difference is that when we use the word essence, we're referring to the essential properties. When we talk about something's nature, something can be in the same classification and maybe have a slight difference.
Okay, so they're not the same thing, right?
They would be not identical.
Okay, is your hand a physical property?
Is what?
Is your hand a physical property?
Again, I don't believe in properties.
No, so
I
you
don't know
don't
why
believe you
you
have a
keep.
hand?
I don't know why you keep. No, I have a hand. I don't have properties.
Does your hand exist?
My hand exists. Properties don't.
Wait, is your hand a physical property?
No,
Your hand isn't a physical property.
no. Properties do not exist. These word games don't work on me.
I'm just so like, is your hand intrinsic to you?
My hand. I don't know if we would use the word intrinsic.
Your hand's not intrinsic to you.
Like you can be born without a hand.
No, is it intrinsic to you as a person?
No, I could lose it tomorrow.
Oh my lord. Yeah, no worries. I think I have enough clips now. I can't lie. I just don't think that like this is gonna go.
Yeah, because you think that properties exist. You believe in all kinds of weird, transcendental, immaterial things that exist, and I don't.
Yeah, so if your hand like isn't a property, can we attribute your hand to you?
What do you mean attribute it to me? You mean can you
Like,
use
when we
words
reference your
to
hand, like,
describe?
can we
you use words to describe my hand? Yeah, you can use words to describe
like
my hand.
can I make the statement? Okay, the statement deconstruction zone has the property of having a hand. Is that a true statement?
No, there's no properties. Like so again,
Okay, the statement
having a property, and this is the word games you're trying to say. You just want to use words to make it sound like properties exist, and then you're hoping I'll bite on something, and that I'm not dumb enough to do that. So the reality
you're
is,
dumb enough to say that you
I
don't
have
have
a
a hand.
hand. I have a hand. I don't have
Oh, okay.
properties in the way that you're referring to them. Properties are concepts. They're ideas that we use to describe things that are different from each other. So one atom over here is
Yeah.
different from another atom over here. We can describe those differences. Those differences is what we would call properties.
Okay,
But properties
can we-
themselves
all I need to
don't
know-
actually have existence.
All I need to know is, can we attribute your hand to you?
Why would you use the word attribute? How are you using that word?
Like, we're just attributing it to you.
I'm asking, how do you want to use the word attribute?
Yeah, making the statement Justin has a hand.
Yeah, you can make a statement that Justin has a hand. It's based on observation.
Okay, so your hand's an attribute.
No.
Well, we can attribute your hand to you, right?
The problem that you just did is you tried to make a verb into a noun, right? You said attribute, which is a verb. And then you said, oh, actually, because I can use this verb, I'm going to convert it into a noun and try to make it into a thing.
Yes, we attribute attributes to things.
This is the dumb bait and switch.
Yes, when we say something has an
attribute.
yes,
this is why
well
like
done.
normal people who take the time to listen to what you're saying think that you're silly.
Well done. When we say that something has an
as it
attribute,
turns
we are
out,
attributing that thing to something.
you can't just say, hey, this thing, I can attribute something to this. Like I can attribute this can.
And that would be an attribute.
Or
that would be making the statement that thing is an attribute of the thing.
Attribute brown to this can. But by attribute, all I'm saying is I can define in this can that it has what we would call a brown reflection. That's it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that attributes or properties exist. You can't then say, oh, this has an attribute as if the attribute itself, like the idea, exists. The attribute, the way we're using words is to describe differences in objects. That's it.
Yeah, so if we attribute something to something, right? Like if I attribute the color brown to the can, right? Brown is an attribute. That's how attributes work.
Well, it's a description, and you're about to use the word attribute as though it has existence, and it doesn't.
Yeah, so it's an attribute. So attributes,
they don't exist.
I just don't think I don't see like what you're saying here.
I know you're very confused because like you bought into
I can't lie, bro.
a philosophical word where you think that properties exist.
I've never met someone that says their hand isn't a property of them.
In fact, there's actually a name for this in philosophy, if I remember correctly, for people who don't think that properties exist.
Yeah, you're a nominalist.
Yeah, nominalism. Like it's
Yeah,
in fact,
nominalists say that
if I
properties
remember
exist.
if I remember correctly, I think there was a survey in 2020 of philosophers. I'm curious to know what the survey brought up for
Yeah,
whether or not properties
nominalists
exist.
still say that their hands are a property of themselves.
Well, yeah, hands exist.
Oh, so wait, is your hand a property of yourself?
Again, properties don't exist. The way you're using properties
What do you
is
just
going to
said
be.
properties?
I just the properties don't exist. The way
Wait.
you're using properties wrong.
So okay, how do you use property?
Property is just describing a difference between one object and another.
Wait,
So,
say that again.
for example,
Describing the difference between one object.
A property is describing an object in a particular way. So, for example, if you've got a piece of steel, you can describe the individual atoms in that steel, and you can call it a property. Steel has these atoms. These atoms are different than the atoms in aluminum, so we'll call this properties. But properties, again,
Okay,
don't
and the
have
description
existence. They're descriptions.
The description.
And now his connection cut out. I've been here the
I
whole
lagged
time.
out. Am I still here?
Uh-huh.
Am I still here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, I lagged out. I don't know, something about my Wi-Fi. Yeah, so do the descriptions exist?
The descriptions are like brain firings, but again, you're trying.
Do they exist?
You're going to do the same trick. You're going to try to make them immaterial. They exist in our brain states. There's just a brain state. It's physical.
Okay, so when I make the statement like brown exists, or like the can is brown, right? Is that a true statement?
The can would be brown, and by brown we refer to how light is being absorbed through different wavelengths. It's a phenomenon. It's not a thing that has an individual ontology.
Okay, does your hand have individual ontology?
My hand does in fact exist.
Does it have individual ontology?
Do you see it?
I mean, you don't. You said it's not a property.
It's right here. It's a hand.
Does it have physical properties?
It has physical differences between things that are not hands.
Yeah, GG's, bro. GG's. Halas, bro. You win.
He's gonna cry all day about not believing in properties.
So like the hand, like we can't like predicate the hand to you,
it's always just a word smuggling game. That's all you guys have is word smuggling.
I know, bro. Halas. Wait, can we predicate the hand to you?
What do you mean by predicate? You're switching the word attribute to predicate as though it's gonna fix it.
I mean, it's the same thing.
So then you're gonna get the same answer.
It sounds like thing.
Sounds like you're gonna get the same answer.
So we can't predicate your hand to you.
Depends how you're gonna use predicate.
As attribute. I'm using predicate and attribute interchangeably. Can we predicate your hand to you?
Okay, then you're gonna get the same answer with attribute.
Which was
you can attribute and you can predicate, but predications and attributions don't have ontology.
Okay, wait. So you can predicate your hand to you, right?
It's a verb. It's an action.
Wait, yes, no, predicate is a verb and a noun. Predicate is a verb and a noun.
I can take actions, yeah.
No, predicate is a verb and a noun.
I can take actions.
So when we predicate something to you, that thing is a predicate of you. You do realize that, right?
But a predicate and predication don't get to be the same identical thing. You can't say I'm predicating something and now predicates have ontology. That's not how that works.
If we predicate something to you, then that thing is a predicate of you.
Not in the way you're using the word predicate.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If we predicate something to you, and we're using predicate here as interchangeable with attribute, if we predicate something to you, like you've said we can, that thing is a predicate of you, yes?
Again, predicate meaning an idea that like there's a property here that we can pinpoint.
You mean an idea? You mean a concept?
Concepts are in your brain. They're physical.
So when you say an idea, right? Are you using idea as like concept or?
Ideas and concepts are good enough as interchangeable ideas in your head. Yeah.
Okay, so your hand's a concept.
Yeah, we invented the concept. You
So
could
your
call
hand's a
it.
concept.
You can call it a fucking florberjorb if you want. Are you
Is your hand
not
a
aware that
concept?
you're not aware that we invented the word hand?
So your hand's a concept.
Everything's a concept when you're using a language.
That's not what I'm asking. You know that's not what I'm asking. So now you're trying to strawman me. Is your hand a
You're
concept?
asking dumb questions. My hand is described.
The existence of your hand, the ontology of your hand, is it a concept?
Yes, my hand exists, but concepts don't
That's not what
exist
I
in my
asked. I asked if your
hand.
hand's a
Concepts
concept.
exist in our brains.
Right. Okay, but you said that concepts are physical.
Yeah, in your brain. They're brain states. Yep.
So concepts are physical.
Yeah, all thoughts are physical. That's why we can tap into them.
Okay.
We can monitor them. We can utilize them. We can even manipulate them.
Okay. Yeah. That's so concepts are physical.
Yeah,
So
that's how
concepts
Neuralink.
exist.
That's literally how Neuralink works.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry,
concepts are concrete.
do you not know that like we've been reading people's thoughts for like
concepts
I
concrete.
don't know, almost 3 decades now. In fact, we've been training monkeys.
Concepts concrete.
I say we, I actually mean like scientists. Scientists have been training monkeys using chips like Neuralink for decades now to literally just play games using their brain only. They can literally just tap into
concepts.
They can literally
concrete?
just tap into the brain.
Are concepts concrete?
They're physical.
Are they concrete?
I don't have any fucking clue why you're using the word concrete.
Sorry, say that again.
You're just interchanging words, hoping I'm going to give you a different answer. This is embarrassing.
I just want to know if concepts are concrete.
Again, how are you using the word concrete?
Yeah, physically instantiated in reality.
So physical. That's what I said. They're physical. So you just changed the word physical for concrete, hoping you're going to get a different answer.
No,
this is really bad.
Confused. I said physically instantiated. In reality.
Yeah. Do you think we're in reality or no?
Yeah. So concepts are concrete.
Sure. Yeah. So we're in reality, and they are physical.
Okay.
Which means the word is the same. Concrete and physical are interchangeable here.
Okay, so concepts are concrete. All right, Wesh, bro. All right, GG's. I appreciate your time.
That's just a scientific consensus.
Position now.
I mean, you can take it up with the
scientific
consensus
consensus on a philosophical issue. The scientific consensus on a philosophical issue.
It's not just a philosophical issue; it's a biological issue. I'm sorry. Did you
not think that concepts are concrete?
Do you not think that the brain is a biological issue?
In reality.
That's rough.
The brain, whether or not
the brain and what happens in the brain are absolutely biological.
That's not what I said. I said whether or not like ideas and concepts are abstract or concrete isn't a biological argument. It's a philosophical argument.
Abstract versus concrete is a different argument. Now you're using the word abstract and concrete, or you're using the word concrete differently. You
just said the concept.
So concrete and abstract. If you're using those as
concrete.
If you're using concrete to mean physical, yes, they're concrete. But now you've just messed it up because you said concrete or abstract. Well, now that's a different sense of the word concrete. Now you're using concrete as though it's like unchangeable or it's immovable. Whereas
that's not what I said. No, you're confused. I said concrete is physically instantiated in reality.
Yeah, that's physical. We would call that physical.
You said physically instantiated in reality, yes?
That's called physical. Yeah,
Yes, so concepts are physically instantiated in reality. Nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. No worries. I appreciate it. God bless, bro. I'll pray for you.
I'll think for you. These people, all they have is word smuggling games. It's embarrassing. Well, and I know there's Phil Bros crying right now in the comments because he couldn't defend the idea that properties exist. He couldn't defend the idea that transcendentals exist, which is where he was going next. He couldn't defend the idea that there's immaterial things that exist because there's no good argument for it, which is why my understanding is most philosophers don't agree with that. In fact, I think nominalism is still the preferred position according to the survey. In fact, I've got the survey right here. says properties, non-existent, classes, transcendent universals, immanent universals, or tropes. Let's see what it says. 11% lean towards classes. 20% said they accept or leaned towards universals or immanent universals. 19% said they accept or lean towards transcendent universals. 15% said they lean towards tropes. And 8% said they lean towards non-existent. So between non-existent and tropes, I'd say it's, I don't know. There is no consensus, apparently. So I'm arguing that the philosophical position entails that properties have to be physical isn't really supported, at least not by the people in the survey that did the philosophy. Phil Bros, you can cry all night that you can't prove properties exist. It'll just make my stream boring, but maybe hilarious at the same time. Gretchen, thank you for the 311 super chat. It says this is precisely why Phil Bros are the worst. They are. It's just like a whole game of words don't mean words, word smuggling, concept smuggling within words, and they just hope that they can pull it over on people. Oh well. You should, if you like philosophy, you can go talk to Ian. He's your philosophy guy. Garlic Frog Diet, thank you for the super chat. Phil Bros are logically unnecessary in all possible worlds. Rock hard for Doug. It's simply what for Sharon. That is the case. They are logically unnecessary and silly. Jay Walsh, thank you for the super chat. Hey Justin, have you ever read The History of the Bible by John Barton? Is it any good? I just picked it up. Also, could you recommend a good study Bible? Finally decided to give it a read. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Walsh, I absolutely can, my friend. Well, I haven't read the book by John Barton, so I can't tell you much about that. But on that, there's a lot of books written on it. You can, if it was me, I would pick up a book on textual criticism of the Old Testament and the New Testament. For the Old Testament, I prefer Emmanuel Tove, and for the New Testament, I don't know who I'd pick just now. There's a lot of good people out there, but nevertheless, that's where I would go. You just get like a survey of the Old Testament. They'll usually cover that kind of stuff. And then same with the New Testament. The other thing is study Bible. Right now, the preferred academic study Bible is still the Oxford New Annotated Study Bible. It is notes done by just scholars. They're usually not apologetic. They're just, this is what scholars believe. They're done by teams of biblical scholars that know way more about Greek than this Philbro over here, which is why all the translations say what I said. It says, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Because they know more about Greek than Philbro over here. I'm going to trust every guy with a PhD who already translated this. Again, whether you went to school to learn Greek or Hebrew, you're probably not in a position to go around correcting most Bible translations. I've had years of Hebrew, and I don't go around correcting the Hebrew translation unless it's obvious that they're doing apologetics, and usually it's pretty obvious. But again, the people who do these translations, at least these modern translations, they've got like a decade of training in these particular languages. So you're not going to just undo it with a year of Greek or a year of Hebrew. Randy Wilson, thank you so much for the 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That is huge. Big W. Good to see you, Randy. And also for the super chat, buddy. I often wish I could ask these guys to pray for the headache that they give me. Of course, that prayer wouldn't work, so I'll just take Excedrin. Excedrin will probably do a little something for you. That might be the case. And Piranha Kill, thank you for the $10 super chat. My tithes to the stone have been repaid tenfold. Well, thank you. My goody sapphire tarantula. Oh, I didn't know that was a type of tarantula. Did his part. And my sun tiger tarantula laid an egg sac. Hell yeah. Low end value 2K worth of spiderlings. More if raised up. Rock hard for Doug. I had no fucking idea that spiders were netting big bucks. Damn, that's pretty wild. Well, congrats. And Gretchen again says, fuck KB Cruiser. I think that's what most people are thinking. I'd rather hear talk about Arwen, Cam, and how her house burned down and she lost everything. Maybe post her GoFundMe. Link, Philbro Timer. I should have did a Philbro Timer, actually. But we weren't really doing an official argument. He pretended like he wanted to question me about the Trinity, and then it turned into him not understanding, how normal people use words. But yes, for those who don't know, our friend Cam in the deconstruction community has had a house fire, and my understanding is like everything's gone. My understanding is they were renting. It wasn't, and they didn't own the house, and because not everybody has renter's insurance, and because of that fact, everything was lost, all of it. There is a GoFundMe page. I'm going to put it up here real quick, and then let me also link it. I'm going to go to the description of the live stream on YouTube, and I'll link it in the description of the live. Actually, I'll put it up in the comments. That's a little bit easier. Give me a second. I'm going to post it in the comments, and then I'm going to pin. Oh, it's too long. I need to get the share link. Hold on. 1 second. Get the short link. I'm going to pin this in the comments for the live stream. Oops, wrong button. So that people can easily access the link. Give me 1 second. All right. And then pin message. Dope. And then let me do it on the vertical live stream as well. So the reality is, I don't know if anyone's ever lost stuff in a house fire. It's a shit show. And the reality is, like sometimes you can save a couple things. You might be able to save your laptop. You might be able to, to save some of your valuables. My understanding is they lost literally everything. It's really bad. So I'm going to show you the GoFundMe page real quick, and I've now pinned the link in the comments on YouTube, so you can grab that. The GoFundMe page is here. Let me link it up so we can show everybody, and I'll give you the overview real quick. All right. 1 second. Okay, so the text is hard to read. The link is in the description, but I'm a single mother, and just hours ago, our lives changed forever. My neighbor's unit caught on fire, and in the cats, we barely managed to get out. Our cat, before our own home, was engulfed in flames. The only home my child has ever known is gone, along with all of our belongings and the sense of safety we once had. We are heartbroken, but grateful that we made it out safely together. Now we are facing a daunting task of rebuilding our lives from scratch. So anyone who's had to do that, had to rebuild their lives once even, much less twice, knows how incredibly difficult this is going to be, to just be able to rebuild from nothing, from absolute nothing. So if you have anything to help Cam and her family with, please visit the GoFundMe link in the comments. It'd be super appreciated. The Greater Fool Band, thank you for the super chat. He wants so badly to sound smart. That is the key, right? What they want to do is sound smart while smuggling in concepts that you don't catch. Like they're trying to, like I said, turn verbs into nouns. Like if I could, let's say, if I could run, right? Now running the process exists on its own as a noun. No, that's not the case. There's no such thing as run, which has its own ontology. It's a description of a behavior. That's all. And T Pineapple says he was asking you about the concrete so he could clip you contradicting yourself. He doesn't care that you specified brain states. Also, my girl keeps asking, where Burb? Well, the Burbs are in the next room over. We have a slightly different training method right now that we're employing. We're being a little more hands-off with them right now so that they can get acclimated to being with us. And then not like, 'cause we have been taking them out of the cage and like walking around with them, but we want to make sure that they don't think every time they come out of the cage we're just going to grab them and put them on our shoulders or something. We want to help them to feel like this is like a home, this kind of their place. And so here in a couple of weeks we'll probably get back to more like one-on-one, two-on-one types of training. Arrogant Malachite Infant, thank you for the super chat. Topic idea for July 4th: Christianity is un-American. I would love to do that. 1 Kings 18 violates First Amendment. True. Deuteronomy 22 violates 6th Amendment. Leviticus violates 13th, etc. Also, see Article 6, Clause 3. True. I would love to do this, actually. This would be really good. I got 2 super chats. Shell, thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. And last one, also from Shell. Learning so much from you. Thank you for everything. P.S. What's your secret to the patience you have? I think the secret is probably experience, like doing it a lot. And you hear the same arguments over and over again. So like when you hear it, like you don't get as annoyed because like, oh yeah, I've already heard this nonsense before. Like, but if it's the first time you're hearing it, it could be annoying. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you being so weird, right? But yeah, it's when you heard it 100 times, no one really cares anymore. All right, let me grab our next guest. It looks like our next guest is going to be Matthias, and then after that, we have a guest literally named Theist Guest. So we'll find out. Last time somebody came in named Theist Guest, it was a troll though. So we're starting off on probably the wrong foot. But welcome in, Matt. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 25. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Do you believe in God?
I do.
Okay, and which God?
I believe in the God of the Bible. I would like to talk about the syllogism that you had typed out.
Do you have anything to add that the last guy didn't add?
Yeah, that's kind of why I want to talk about the syllogism.
Sure, I'll put it on. Sure. Here it is.
Okay, awesome. In premise one, when we say God does not have parts, are we talking about God's impliciter? And by parts, are we talking about something that's a constituent?
I'm talking about God, the identity.
God, the identity. And what does identity pick out?
Identity is everything that makes something that thing. So if you're identical to something, it just means you possess 100% of the thing's characteristics.
Okay, awesome. And then in premise two, when we say Jesus has parts, are we talking about constituency?
I'm talking about parts. In the basic English word,
what is
part.
A part?
Part is something that's distinct from something else.
Okay, a part is something distinct from something else?
Yeah, you want me to give you the definition?
Well, people would believe that God has parts if we're just taking it to be something distinct from oneself or distinct from another. So when we say God does not have parts, if we're just talking about parts as in it, you defined it, then we're just going to reject P1.
Okay, so what do you mean when you say God doesn't have parts?
I already told you that which has constituents.
What do you think the word constituents is doing for you?
Yeah, I think a constituent is just that which is ontically prior.
Again, here's the deal. 90% of the people here didn't take your dumb philosophy courses. You're going to have to use like real standard English words. You're just going to bore everybody here, and you're going to bog down the conversation. You're going to bog down the conversation because I'm going to make you explain a whole bunch of words that aren't usually used in normal discourse, and it's just going to be boring for everybody. So if you're not capable of like using like real people words, like everyday words that your grandmother would understand, you're just going to be boring for everybody.
Yeah, so my grandma understands what a constituent is, but anyways,
constituents of parts.
Are constituents part? Yeah, constituents constitute formal parts. Yes.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's why you could just. That's why you can. That's why you could just say the word part.
God doesn't have ontically prior aspects, so we reject P1.
Again, so does your grandmother know what what the fuck is that word?
Yeah,
what?
she does.
I doubt that.
Yeah, Oh, why? Why do you doubt that?
Because I've been around and I've never heard the word. And I'm pretty good with English.
Satan statue tell you that? Anyway, so you
it's
agree
not
that
Satan. It's follow, correct? It's Baphomet.
Okay. Do you agree that?
So you're not gonna give the definition of the word?
Of what? What word?
Whatever word you just said. I don't even know. Something prior?
Yeah, ontically prior? Yeah, something existing before something. Yeah, ontologically.
You could just say existing prior. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like normal people would just say prior existence. Can
you just address my question?
Normal people would just say prior existence because it doesn't bog down the conversation with needless definitions.
So are you able to address my question or not?
Well, now you're just gonna have to say it again.
Okay, so given the definitions that we've established here in P1 and P2, you agree that the argument does not follow, given that P1 is rejected?
No, I don't agree.
Okay, so when we say God has parts, we're talking about the identity of God and a part being that which is distinct within God, correct?
Yeah, and Jesus is God, which means he's got two distinct parts and can't be God.
Rejecting P1, God does have distinctions.
Okay, so God does have parts.
If by part you just mean something distinct from another, yes.
Okay, so easy enough then. So, cool. God has parts, easy enough.
Okay, cool.
What
So then
next?
your argument does not follow, correct?
Well, my argument doesn't follow, but now you're a heretic. I mean,
Wait,
let me
how am I?
rephrase that.
What?
You're not a heretic according to like standard Christian theology. You're a heretic just in like your weird Filbro theology.
That doesn't even make any sense. Are you presupposing that every like
Because
Christian like presumes
until
that
you
God
can
is absolutely
until
divinely
you can
simple?
like until you can like again, when you say divinely simple, what are you referring to?
Yeah, I just take divinely simple to be without parts, and by part, I'm just taking that to be something ontically prior. So, given
But
that we've established
God's
in the
God's not
argument,
God's
when it
not
says
temporal,
God
so
has parts,
that doesn't
when we say
apply.
God does not have
You're
parts,
using
and then we
temporal notions,
establish premise
and your
two,
God's not temporal
yo, why are you cutting me off? What?
because
What does
you
temporality have to
used
do with
a
this?
phrase that entails time, and you think that your God is outside of time. Like you can't
Wait, what
have
phrase did I use that entails
you
time?
can't have some part of God that is ontically prior, because there is no prior with God. He doesn't have prior existence.
Exactly.
So then your critique of my argument
I just
doesn't
want to
work.
hear you admit that the argument does not follow, given the
My
definitions we
argument
established.
does follow because you're trying to rename like or reuse the word parts ineffectively
No,
by
I'm not.
saying that God exists within time because part of God existed before another part of God.
Yeah, so again, that's just a presumption that the word parts is being taken equivocally. Or sorry,
Again,
univocally.
you have to give me a real definition of part that doesn't contradict your like the theology.
I just did.
You did not. It contradicts the theology. No
Wait,
part of
what's the
God
contradict?
can
What's
no
the
part of
wait, hold on. You
God
said
can be
there's a contradiction.
ontologically prior to another part of God.
Yeah, I don't wait, I don't believe God has parts if we're talking about something that's a constituent. If we're just
Okay,
talking about something distinct, yeah, if we're just talking
does
just
God
allow me to
have
finish, please. That
does
would
God
be
have
amazing.
parts?
You let the last guest finish every sentence that he had to say. I think it's because you were getting absolutely slapped around by him. But
No,
seemingly it's the
it's
case you keep cutting me
because
off, so just allow me to finish.
he was actually engaging with what I was
Is this
saying
what
for the most part.
atheism is this what atheism produces?
This is what like philosophy produces, people who can't use words normally and haven't read their Bible.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean use words normally? What do you think that means?
It means using words that are like in the common vernacular.
Okay, is that presupposing that there is a consensus on how words are being used?
It's statistics. That's it.
Statistics? Okay, appeal to consensus
Yeah,
fallacy, but okay. Anyways,
you can
listen,
determine what is in the common
God does not
vernacular
have.
using statistics. In fact, Google keeps track of it, and so does most of the dictionaries.
Okay, so premise one is rejected, so the argument doesn't follow, correct?
No, it follows. You have to give me a real rejection. You can't just
Okay,
say that
right,
part
okay, I
of
got
God
you.
is ontologically prior because God can't have parts that are ontologically prior. So you
Okay,
have to give me
I
a
got you. So
different
premise
definition
one
of
states
parts.
that. I got you. I got you. So premise one states that God does not have parts. And when we say that God does not have parts, we just mean that the identity of God does not consist of anything that is ontologically prior to the existence itself. Premise
All right.
two states that
So
Jesus does have parts. The parts that are
so
constituted here would be anything that is ontologically prior.
so what's
Jesus
your
having
definition of
parts has
part?
nothing to do with his identity, as God here is being equivocated. Thus, the
So
conclusion is
what's your
not produced by
definition
the
of part?
premises, and it doesn't follow.
So what's your definition of part?
Yeah, that which is a constituent.
You're making it worse. Constituent means part.
Oh my God, no, it doesn't.
Well,
Yo, is this
it
guy good?
is. You can just look up the definition of constituent.
Okay, constituent and part are not synonymous. I reject it.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you treating language as if it's like objective?
Let's see. In the
Is
dictionary,
language mind independent to you, Justin?
it's a member of a constituency, which would be a part. A member is a part or an element. In fact, it
Wait, a
could
part is a
mean
part? Wait, you just
in the
told me a tautology.
dictionary,
Say something
it could
informative
mean
here.
an essential part. That's in the dictionary. That's definition number 2. It also says in the third definition, a structural unit. Units are parts.
Right, in a constructural unit. So a constructural unit
So
would be that which is put together, correct?
So then your definition of part is that which is a part. If you're using constituent.
No, that's what you just said. You just said a part is a part.
That's
Nice
just
tautology. Now, can we address what was said, actually?
No, I just said your definition doesn't work because you said a part is something that's constituent, but a constituent means it has parts.
Yeah, you just said
That's
what
just how
is a
words
part.
work.
A part is that which is a part is that which has constituency constituting to the whole of a thing. There is no
Yeah.
constituency
So
within
then-
God, as there is nothing about him that is
So
ontologically prior
then
to
my
him.
definition
So then
of part
premise
is
one is still
so
rejected,
then my definition
and
of
Jesus
part
having parts is
then
equivocated.
my definition
You
of
lost.
part then my definition of part still stands.
Okay, so if we take your definition of
If your definition of part
you're
is
muted.
identical to my definition of part, that means my argument still stands. You can change to the word constituent, and it doesn't change the argument, right? If God has different constituents, then what that means is God has different parts. This changing the
God
word
doesn't
doesn't
have constituency.
changing the word doesn't fix the problem.
Okay, awesome. So the two terms part and constituent are not synonymous terms.
So
I'm
what's
not
the
taking them
difference?
to be synonymous. I just told you the difference.
No one is listening to. First of all, I don't think you did. Also, no one's listening when you
Okay.
talk while I talk.
What? What are you talking about? Are you
When
serious right now?
you
You
talk
just said
while I
you
talk,
agree
most
with me.
people aren't going to be able to hear you, which is why I didn't hear you.
Okay. We've established already that when talking about premise one and denoting God, we're taking that which is the identity of the thing. And when we say does not have parts, we're saying that does not have that which does not have constituency. Okay? We're not saying
Right.
parts. Yeah, if you're
So,
just taking part,
how
if
does
you're
that
just
differ
taking
from
part to
mine?
be, if you're just taking part to be something that's less than the whole, then there's no problem with saying that God has parts, which is why I defined constituency as that which is ontically prior to the thing itself.
Then
Given
you
that God has
still
no
have
ontically prior constituency,
then you have
then
no
he does
definition
not
of parts yet.
constitute. He does not have any
So
constitution of
the
a
problem
formal
that
part.
you're having is that your definition of part is still the same as mine, and God does have parts. If Jesus is God and he has a body, that body is a part.
Okay, oh my God, that body which we're referring to is not proper to divinity. So when we're talking about parts
Is it-
ontologically,
is it proper
as
to
it's proper to
Jesus?
God, we're talking about that which has
Is
constituency.
it proper
You're
to
not tracking.
Jesus though?
You're not tracking the
Is
conversation.
it proper to Jesus?
Is it proper to Jesus?
Yeah, does he have a body?
Yeah, it's proper to Jesus
Okay,
as he
does God have a
essentiates human
body?
nature. Wait, no, God does not have a body.
Well, then Jesus ain't God. It's really simple.
Oh my God,
This-
that's an
this is like-
equivocation on the term
this is
God.
like-
You're just
this is really
equivocating. This is just
simple.
equivocation fallacy. You
No,
lost. You
not
suck. You
equivocation
genuinely
fallacy.
suck at this.
You're
It
just
is an
crying.
equivocation
You're
fallacy.
just crying because you want to misuse words, and I won't.
Wait, misuse words? How are words misused? You're acting as if they're mind independent.
No, because Jesus is what? What is Jesus?
Yeah, you cut out. I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
What is Jesus?
What do you mean, what is Jesus? Jesus is a
When-
person.
When
divine
I
person.
use the word Jesus, what does Jesus mean? When you use the word Jesus, what does Jesus mean?
Yeah, presumably you're just picking out the person.
Which is what? When you say Jesus, what does that mean? What
do you mean, which
what
is what?
makes up Jesus?
You're making the argument. Define your own terms.
Oh, it's easy. I already have it up here. His natures and his physical attributes. It's on the board. Were you not reading?
Okay, that which is physical is not proper to being divine ontologically. What the heck are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus is made up of natures and physical attributes.
Jesus is made up of natures? What the heck?
Yeah, he's the hypostatic union.
Okay.
I'm
When
sorry,
we
maybe
say
you forgot to
Jesus-
read
when
that
we
part.
say-
The hypostatic union says
we-
that he's got
when we
two
say Jesus has-
natures, a
when we say
divine
Jesus
nature
has
and a
parts-
human nature, which
Okay.
means he's actually got two natures. He's 100% divine and he's 100% human, which means he's 200%, which is crazy.
Okay, when we're talking about Jesus having parts, are we talking about that which is proper to the ontological identity of God? Yes or no?
That's why he's not God, is because if God exists without parts and Jesus does have parts, that just means that Jesus is not God, or he's not 100% God. You would have to say part of Jesus is a vessel
Mhm.
for God, and then you'd have to get rid of the idea that Jesus is identical to God or that Jesus is 100% God. and you've got another problem.
So the manner by which Jesus exists with parts is not the same as the manner by which God does not exist with parts.
Well, then he's
So
not
given that we've
God.
established that you're both equivocating on the word God in the premise 1 and in the conclusion, and that you're equivocating on the word part in both premise 1
I
and
didn't
premise 2,
equivocate on
I think
anything.
we have substantially proven that you don't know what
You've
the hell you're
basically
talking
just
about.
said nuh-uh. You haven't
No, by
done any
by
work.
rejecting
You
the
haven't done
premise.
any
Nice. That
work
was nice.
in
Nice
demonstrating
rhetoric.
the equivocation just yet. So
You should borrow your rhetoric from Ian because he's better than you
Jesus
at it.
includes his natures and his physical attributes, then that just means Jesus himself either is contradictory to your definition of God, or Jesus has parts, or there is part of what we call Jesus that is not divine. It's literally just a temporary vessel, but that would create problems because in the book of
Wait, who says that the humanity of
Corinthians,
Jesus is divine? What are you on about?
because in the book of Corinthians, Jesus does get a body, a divine body, which means Jesus
Wait, no,
has
he doesn't. What are you talking about?
Jesus has an
No wonder
attribute that
No wonder
changes.
you left Christianity.
Well,
You don't know what
I'll
the
just
hell it is you're saying.
I'll read it for you since you haven't read the Bible. I'm used to like
a
the
new
philosophy
glorified body
people
isn't
not
some
actually
divine,
reading the
isn't some divine
Bible.
prerogative.
I'm sorry, does Jesus have a body right now or not?
New divine.
Does Jesus have a body right now or not?
Jesus has a Jesus has a
What
non-physical body.
what's
So when
it?
we're referring
So
to,
he's got a non-physical body? What do we call like spiritual bodies?
Yeah, they're material bodies, not physical. What the heck?
Spiritual. What do we call spiritual bodies?
Yeah, what? What do you? I just answered you.
Does Jesus have a divine body or not?
No, Jesus does not have a divine body.
So Jesus has an invisible body floating around where? Where is it? Does it take up space?
Wait, what if I just took it to be omnipresent?
So what's the difference between Jesus's current body and God's body?
God doesn't have a body. I just told you that.
Well, I'm asking you, what's the difference? What's the difference between God's lack of body? What's the difference between God's lack of body and Jesus's actual body? What's the difference?
Yeah, Jesus having a body is only proper to that which is constituted after the resurrection, given that he is given a new and glorified body,
Didn't
which
answer my
is
question.
not proper to the ontological
Still
identity
doesn't answer
of
my
God.
question.
What?
My question is, what is the
Justin,
actual describable difference between God not having a body and Jesus having a body? Oh, he couldn't answer it, so he ran. See, when you describe Jesus' body as completely immaterial, it's identical to non-existence, right? If God's body is non-existent, then Jesus' body has to be different from that. There must be some difference between a non-existent body and Jesus' body. Your description of Jesus' body is identical to non-existent, which means he actually had a physical body that went up to heaven. In fact, the definition of a body entails that it's physical. I'll just do it. Definition of body. I don't know why Philbros have like such a disdain for words. It's so weird that they do this to themselves. It says the main part of a plant, animal, body, especially as distinguished from limbs or trunk. Oh, this is referring to like a physical, biological body. Or the main central principal part. See how easy that was? You could just use the dictionary. A body is something that is actually like a physical part of something. There's no immaterial bodies. To be a body, you have to have a boundary. You have to be able to distinguish one thing from another. If you can't distinguish one thing from another, then it doesn't have a body. This is how words work. This is why no one takes these Philbros seriously. Let's see, I'm just right. Another Philbro wants to defend the Trinity again, ends up running because words are elusive. Okay. Listen, you're welcome. If you don't like talking to me, you're welcome to go like get fucked up by Ian. Like that's your prerogative. You can go debate anyone you want to. I didn't ask you guys to bring your nonsense here. That guy Fox says running Philbros are the best Philbros. True, they're at least more interesting. I don't know. I would say the running Philbro at least tells you a little bit about where they're at in the argument when they just leave. Right? They can pontificate all they want to about why they're leaving, but when you just leave in the middle of it, because you can't fucking defend your position. VGV says, Holy Philbro Trinity. 1, speak fast in jargon. Correct. 2, ask for basic word definitions. Yep. 3, use Kermit voice to sound more manly. True, and talk really slowly. And Gretchen says, I got a boot for all of Matthias's parts. I think the witch behind you is cursing you with Philbros. She's leering at you. Burn the Phil witch. Actually, the witch behind me is actually a dead goat, believe it or not, that's dressed up. It's pretty fucking badass. It's pretty dope. Some of you can probably see it. I don't know if the vertical stream can see it, but it is pretty cool. And the Night Knee says, effing Philbros, listen. The sock hidden under your mattress is getting lonely and probably needs cleaning. For fuck's sake, go talk to an actual girl. Yeah, go touch some grass. Learn a fucking hobby. Get a real education. I don't know. Learn computer programming or some shit. Tofu, thank you for the super chat. Onto what? Jeez, Christo Mary and the wee donkey. That guy was an arrogant, petulant child. It's true. They get really mad if you don't know their weird insider lingo. I bet wants praise for not pissing on the seat. What a champ. True. That is true, actually. They do love to hear themselves. And Dexter says, Philbros are annoying, but watching Justin own them so bad gives me the onticles. Rock hard for Doug. Ontologically moist for Sharon. Pebbles for the win. F you tube. I mean, true. Nevertheless, it was at least interesting to watch them crash out over basic words. Douglas says, honest question, why are these people so ill-mannered? Because they can't really defend their position, and they're used to giving these bad philosophical arguments and just having people accept it because they can't grasp the jargon, right? And the minute somebody actually pushes back and uses real word definitions, they fucking collapse. They can't handle it. They don't know what to do. They need to get acquainted with the dictionary. And 49 Perfect says, Philbros are insulting themselves from obvious truths. Insulating themselves from obvious truths with words they don't understand and are sure no one else does either. That's the key. When they hear these words, they don't bother to think, what do these words actually mean? Can we draw a distinction between a part and a constituent? Not a meaningful, in the real world, difference. So they end up going to weird differences that don't actually exist. Surf Murph said, hi, Justin. Hope you had a great weekend. I did. Thank you. Was the first year without my dad. Sorry to hear that. It's a little weird, but spent time with the wife's dad and family. Well, Surf, it is tough. The first Father's Day that rolls around without your father, it's a tough go. I certainly feel for you, but luckily you survived it and you're here. I got 2 more super chats. Jesus Crust, thank you for the super chat. It should be a rule to drop the Philbros. You just spent all the time on no mention on the topic at hand. Unbelievable. It's true, actually. Although, to be fair, the debate on the Trinity is related, I think, because it's one of the reasons why I don't think that the Christian God exists, is because the Trinity is this nonsense. Talio says, how do real philosophers get from deism to Christianity through argumentation? I've never seen one do it, to be honest. And why haven't any Philbros that call in tried those arguments? Because Christianity is undefendable. That's why. Listen, Philbros know that you cannot defend Christianity using philosophy. It just doesn't work. Because then you have to engage in the Bible, you have to engage in history, and none of that is going to lead to a sound argument for Christianity. So this is what it is. All right, let me grab Theist Guest, and we'll get our next conversation. Welcome in, Theist. Are you at least 18?
Hello. I'm Christian.
Sure. And are you at least 18?
Yeah. So I have an argument, but can I complain about your comment section in the live chat?
No.
Why not? I just want to.
Because you're here to talk to me, not the comments.
Yeah, it was just really demonic. They were saying about cats.
Well, I guess you want to talk to the chat. Guess what? You're back with the chat there, buddy. All right, let's get the next one. It looks like uncircumcising. And then we'll get Sean after uncircumcising.
Hey,
Welcome
man,
in.
what's up?
Welcome in, uncircumcising, or at least 18.
am, yes, yes. I took a look at your chat. There's a lot of Christians really pissed off at you. So,
Oh, that tends to
we're
happen.
talking about, we're talking
Are
about your God
you
is imaginary.
are you at least 18?
I am, yes.
All right, and do you believe in God?
Yep.
Cool. Any particular one?
I think I believe in the depiction that all churches have like portrayed long hair, Middle Eastern, you know?
So you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just say Christian?
Because there are many like agnostic Christians. There are like, weird there's all
Are you an
types of
agnostic
extent.
Christian?
I am fully Christian. Like
Then you
just
should have just said Christian.
yes.
Didn't Jesus say, "If you're ashamed of me before men, I'll be ashamed of you before the Father"? You just got to get that stuff out, buddy. All right, so you've got Christianity as your belief. You're at least 18. What do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
I think I have many points to answer that question. I think definitely projection hypothesis, because I believe that for atheists to claim that they have the right answer would completely destroy themselves. And also hyperactive agency detection. Basically, your psychology is only your opinion. So I wouldn't claim you as the correct answer without giving sufficient evidence,
Do
right?
you know what hyperactive agency detection is?
It means like evolutionary psychology purposes that early humans evolved a highly sensitive mechanism for detecting predators. And
Yeah.
this survival trait
Okay.
leads humans to, yeah,
And how is this related to God?
because we've always looked at Jesus as a predator and not a saint.
I don't care if he's a predator or a saint. I just need an argument for God.
Okay.
I mean, if
And
if
so,
if Jesus is a predator, that's fine. I'm more concerned about whether or not he's God. Now, to be fair, I think there are some instances where he is kind of a predator, but I don't think that's necessarily the best argument for why he's not God. I think there are better arguments than that.
okay. What do you believe that God's will is in, like, what about God's will that is a problem for you to, sympathize with?
He's not real. It has nothing to do with sympathy.
Hmm. Okay.
This has nothing to do with
Um,
my desires or what I like or what my feelings say. This is about what we can demonstrate to be true. And until we have something that can demonstrate God to actually exist, there's really no good reason to believe in God. Now, the reason why I don't believe in the Christian God specifically is because the Bible is utter nonsense. Even if I was Jewish, I would still use the same arguments against Christianity because they're just demonstrably true. Jesus lies about his second coming. The Trinity is nonsense. He fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. He thinks that, like, as far as we can tell, the New Testament claims that like the Earth is flat, just like the Old Testament does. There are failed prophecies in Revelation. I don't think the resurrection happened. Like, these are all reasons why I wouldn't believe in Christianity. Why would one like evidentially want to believe in Christianity?
well, you can be an atheist and still be like, you can still go to church as a Christian. So why not adapt
Why?
that view as to the respect of morality for this God? It's like you want to have a skeptical view of there is something greater than God, you
No,
know?
I don't think
Like
there's
you're
anything greater than God. I just don't think it exists.
what if God wasn't God at all? What if it was just spirit? What if the Holy
Well,
Trinity was a complete lie? What if it was just
well,
spiritual, right?
there's a difference between spirit and God. You can be a spirit and not be God.
Okay. So give me a religious text that you know for a fact is God imposing negative energy upon every other belief system.
I have no idea what you mean by negative energy, and I have no idea why that's the benchmark. But Jesus literally said, "He who is not with me is against me. He who doesn't sow with me scatters," which means If you're not with Jesus, you're done. You're done, son. That's why he says he's alone, the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father unless through Jesus. He says so. That would exclude every religion.
So I want your opinion, not a response. I want your opinion as to
Just
what.
gave it to you.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Okay, great. So, knowing that you have that conception, you would see God as you wouldn't see him as a supernatural person, because anything supernatural you would believe as imaginary, right?
What are you
Wouldn't you
talking
say that
about?
you yourself are?
The fact that supernatural things are supernatural isn't like the reason that I don't believe in the Christian God. I told you why I don't believe in the Christian God.
So you just believe God is in a imagination, like a fallacy, like existent. It's a non-existing reality,
Well,
right?
what I'm saying is that God exists in people's minds. Right? You can imagine that a God exists, but you can't demonstrate, give evidence, that good evidence for, or even logically, I guess, prove or give evidence. Like, there's not a good argument that entails God must exist. Certainly not the Christian God.
Do you think that there was more sin while God was in this earth?
I don't think sin exists, so the question's kind of irrelevant.
So if sin doesn't exist, right, then you believe that everybody can make the decisions? Do you
You
believe all
mean,
decisions
do I believe that
morality?
morals are subjective? Yeah. Why would I think that they're objective? Because even in the Christian worldview, they're not objective, they're subjective. They're just subject to God's mind.
Well, yeah, that's why they make an exhausting book full of broken promises. It's to teach people that things only get worse, and there has been tribulation through those pages. There's no happy ending for most of these, people that are in the Bible. You understand
I
that,
have
right? You
no
get that.
idea how any of this is relevant. What does this have to do with God existing, man?
Revelation.
I don't believe this is revelation from
Revelation.
God. Why would I believe this is revelation from God?
Because we're giving ourselves a confirmation bias. We're throwing opinions at each other. We are
Buddy,
not right. Both
I'm
of us.
asking you, why would I think that the Bible is revelation from God?
Because we're giving something that we have no idea, a hypothesis,
So
right?
what? Hypotheses
Like,
exist. I can
science
hypothesize
is.
that the Quran was inspired by God. That wouldn't mean that it is. You have to do better than, well, this is our hypothesis. So what do you got?
That may be true, that there is no being from a book, but who created that distraction to make it a book of a being, right?
I mean, in your
That's
worldview, God made the distraction. He was in charge of authoring the book. Have you not read it?
Yes, I've read it. Have you read it fully?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I don't believe
So,
it.
who made the Bible?
A bunch of people. It was edited over many hundreds of years, about 800 years.
Okay. How many authors are in the Bible?
I mean, it could be as many as 100.
Okay, you're wrong. There are 40 different human authors in
No, that's not
the
true.
Bible.
Nope, not remotely true. In fact,
Yeah.
we know that's not true because we don't even know like when and where the earliest fragments came from. So the fragments that are part of the Elohist source are most likely the oldest memory, which is why they mostly reflect like the Canaanite life. We have no idea how many authors were involved in that, how many different versions existed that got stitched together. What we do know is that eventually the Judean kingdom stitched those things together into some sort of a story. We have no idea who wrote the original Elohist text.
Okay. I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to say that 40 different people all wrote a single distinct book 66 times? Wouldn't that
That's
provide your basic?
that's not a meaningful statement. They didn't write a book 66 times.
But you said, I don't know, over 100.
Authors, yeah. 100 authors, not books.
Okay. Do you know over the span of how many years that they created this book that we read?
Yeah, I already told you about 800 years.
No, 1,500 years.
Wrong
So you're
again.
wrong again.
Nope, you're wrong.
You're wrong.
No, I can prove it.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do you know who I
So
am?
I have
I
no
debated
idea. I have no idea who you are, but I can explain to you why you're wrong if you've got, I don't know, about 30 seconds. So the reason why you're wrong is because our oldest manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, are written in what we would call Biblical Hebrew. We've got a couple that are in Paleo Hebrew. It's pretty clear, though, that we don't have those original manuscripts. But if it was the case that Moses wrote, that's where you're getting the 1500 years, right? So Moses lived, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, in the middle of the 1400s. Jesus was born in the 1st century CE, which gets you about 1500 years. Now, that's going to be wrong because first of all, we have no evidence that Moses existed. And if he wrote any part of the Torah, it would have been at least some of it in the first person. None of it's in the first person. It would have been written in a language and a style that he would actually know, like, for example, Egyptian. And the language that the Bible was written in didn't exist yet. So we don't really have Hebrew as a language until about the 10th century. So Moses was 400 years too early to write anything in Hebrew. And there's certain parts of the Hebrew Bible that literally only work if it was originally written in Hebrew. Like the naming of man and woman only work because it's a Hebrew wordplay. If it's in a different language, it doesn't actually work.
Okay, so all right. What is your proof that Moses didn't manuscript the Bible?
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I got a bunch of that. So first of all,
Right.
First of all, if you say that Moses wrote the Torah, there's some burden that you need to assume to demonstrate that that is the case, because there's no evidence for it. You can't just say that it's true. That being said, I've got lots of evidence that Moses didn't write the Torah because it's full of passages that could not have been written by Moses, like passages that are entirely impossible to have been written by Moses. Would you like to see some? Hello?
Yeah, I said yes, please.
Cool. All right, here's a couple. Let me grab 1 second. I got the wrong window. Let me load up the right window here. All right. Okay, so here's a couple. Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, his son Abram's wife, and they went out together from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan, but when they came to Haran, they settled there. So the problem with this sentence is that the term Chaldeans did not exist in Moses' time period, not even close.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's a word that was
Why didn't they
invented in
exist?
a language he didn't even know.
So you don't believe that indigenous Aramaic ethnic religious groups existed around ancient Mesopotamia?
No, I say this word
So how would
didn't exist.
how okay, if that word didn't exist, it's probably because there was no characterization, no?
It's because it was given by the Greeks. This word was popularized during the period of the Greeks, when the Greeks were in control of the land where the Hebrews lived. This is not the word they would have used. Moses would have no idea that this word ever existed. He's off by many hundreds of years.
So you think Moses incorrectly manuscripted? Well. So if Moses, all right. So why are you blaming Moses then if he didn't write anything?
I'm not
What
blaming
would make?
Moses
What would?
for anything. I don't think Moses existed. And these are some of the reasons why they didn't exist. For example, Genesis 13:7, strife arose between herders of Abram's livestock and herders of Lot's livestock. At the time, the Canaanites and the Perizzites lived in the land. That's not true. I mean, it is true that they lived in the land, but it's not true that
We can't
Moses
replace
wrote.
that.
It's not true that Moses wrote that, because at the time Moses would have wrote that. They would have been in the land, which means he couldn't say at that time the Canaanites were still in the land. It would imply that there was a time when they were not in the land, which Moses wouldn't know about. Moses has no idea that the Canaanites were not in the land at some point.
So what's the name of that land?
Canaan.
No, you're wrong. It's called Egypt. You're just trying to
Canaan.
give a different characterization.
Canaan
So
is the land where the Canaanites lived. Did
so
you not know
you
about this?
yeah, Canaan, K-I-K-N-I, yeah, Canaan,
It's not
K9.
spelled with a K, but Canaan is where the Canaanites lived. It's what we might call at one point Palestina or Israel or the Levant.
Okay, so if it's Israel that we're speaking of, Egypt wouldn't have anything to do with Moses's manuscript.
I didn't mention Egypt. My point is, if Moses wrote any part of the Torah, he would have wrote it in Egyptian. That was the language he grew up with. That's the language he would have known. The other language of correspondence in the ancient world would have been Akkadian, and we have no evidence that the Bible was ever written in Akkadian either.
Okay. All right, so there is no there's no history and genealogy that is for modern Chaldean peoples, what you're trying to say for the nation of Israel as a
No, I'm saying
contemporary.
Moses could not have used the word Chaldean. That word, not the people, the word did not exist in Moses' time.
Okay. All right, so there's so you believe that they didn't exist because there's comparisons, right?
No, I said that word did not exist. The people obviously existed.
Right. The word, right? You can't just call somebody something just because you believe that you can characterize them, right? That's true. Well, how else could you assess that situation in
What
that time
situation?
though? Like you really could. That situation where Moses could not have been around to call somebody a Chaldean,
I
characterize a Chaldean.
told you my assessment. Whoever wrote this wrote at a time period when the word Chaldeans was in use, which means it wasn't Moses. Same with Genesis 14. It says, when Abram heard that his nephew had been taken captive, he led forth his trained men born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. The tribe of Dan, being in the northeast of Israel, didn't exist there yet in Moses' time period. It was another 300 years before the tribe of Dan would be up where Abraham supposedly chased these enemies, which means Moses couldn't have wrote down that they were chased as far as the tribe of Dan, because the tribe of Dan or the territory of Dan didn't exist yet.
So nothing like the Gaza Strip or anything like that, Strait of Hormuz, all of that is just like nothing came like for that. Like there was no appropriate setting to allow that to
What are
happen.
you
Like
talking about? We're talking about a tribal allotment to Dan. That tribal allotment happened 300 years after they entered the promised land. It's recorded in the latter chapters of the book of Judges. So if whoever wrote this can reference that tribe of Dan, they were writing at a point when that tribal allotment existed. Moses didn't exist at that time period, which means he could not have written this passage.
you're right, because it's like corrupt. Because like all the priests were like they were all Levites, and like there was bad leadership at that time. What else? There was like a lot of like um, really disgusting, bad indifferences.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to end it that there was like no land allocation at all? The cities and tithes were like completely corrupt, and you want to think that there was like the modern continuity of the lost tribes is the reason for why there is no existence of Moses.
Those are certainly words, but that was not a coherent sentence or thought.
Okay. So and your consensus here, because I gotta go, is God imaginary?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, bro. What was I a cool
You're fine. You're much better than the Phil Bros. You were at least, not being a prick. You need to get more acquainted with words, but you're fine. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see your friends as theists. Please call our complaint line at 1-888-GRETCHEN. True. We do need a complaint line. And you know who I want on that fucking line is Gretchen. That's exactly who I want there. And Stumbleina, thank you for the super chat donated to Arwin and now paying my tithes to Doug and you. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for all you do. Rock hard for Doug. Simply Wet for Sharon. And Straight for Justin. Well, thank you, Stumbleina. I really appreciate that. And for those who don't know, I have a link in the comments pinned to a GoFundMe. One of our friends in the community recently had their house burnt down, or rather their apartment burned down, and they lost everything, all of it. Everything's gone. Have to start over completely in life now. It's a real mess. So if you can give anything, please do. And Sid Yu says, I'm confused about Paul. Can you give me some arguments and evidence to prove that Paul is a false prophet? Well, yeah, sure. So for starters, he said that Jesus essentially is the Messiah. He's not. Also, I don't think you would classify Paul as a false prophet. Maybe just false, but I don't think he claimed to be a prophet. Nevertheless, he's just flat out wrong. He also misquotes the book of Numbers. In the book of Corinthians, he is quoting an incident after the Peor incident, where God sent a plague basically, and I think 2,400 men died, 24,000 maybe. And he misquoted that because he's not familiar with the Old Testament. He also says that the law was done away with, which is a huge heretic position. God in the Old Testament said over and over again that actually you have to follow this law forever. And Paul said, no, you don't. Ephesians chapter 2, 14-15 said you don't have to follow it. 1 Corinthians 6-9 said you don't have to follow it. Galatians 3:23 said you don't have to follow it. It is a heretic. And Godless and Engineer, good to see you, buddy. Power is out here, and I feel like time is slowing down. Buddy, I'm sorry to hear that. That stinks. And it sucks waiting for your power to come back on. But glad you're here, buddy. C Design says the word ontological does lots of heavy lifting for tiny minds attempting philosophy. It's so powerful. It can make ridiculous magical stories real. True. That's why when we talk about ontology, I always try to insist that I differentiate between what they are saying ontological means and what I mean. And when I say ontological, I mean it has real existence in like the world we know of, not that like a concept itself, like the thought of a rock existing outside of my head. That doesn't work. The thought of the rock exists in my head, right? It has ontological status because it's part of my physical brain, not because it exists independently of my brain. And Garlic Frog Diet says, why do bros always go back to this is what atheism leads to? We're not atheists. We're Doug believers. Rock hard for Doug. True. It's because they don't have an argument for their God, right? Which is why the Trinitarian goofs come in here, and rather than giving an argument for why their God is real, they just want to argue the particulars of how they view the Trinity and how they misuse words. Sab Man, thank you so much for the super chat. It says these Phil bros are insufferable. True. That's why a lot of people in the deconstruction community, they don't even take them up, and I don't blame them. God Sinner, also good to see you, friend. I refuse to partake in of the finer greens. I fear my brain's base state will cause problems, leading to me become like the caller rather than just having a chill time. Love y'all. From Caracal. Well, thank you for the super chat. And yes, you have to be careful with the chemicals you put in your body. They affect everybody very differently. They do for me. And William Rogers, last super chat. Thank you so much, friend. Says, are there major differences between Samaritan Torah and the Jewish Torah? Yeah, so you're referring to the Samaritan Pentateuch, written primarily, almost exclusively in Paleo-Hebrew. There are some differences, like the references to where God's holy mountain is, like Mount Gerizim versus Mount Zion. You'll find some stuff like that in there. There are more differences, but I think that's the biggest one. Also, you'll find the negative comments in the Torah that seem to reflect on the Northern Kingdom. Like the subliminal bad messages about the Northern Kingdom seem to be absent mostly from the Samaritan Pentateuch, because it was maintained by the people of the North, obviously. All right, let's get in Sean. Sean was next in line. Sean's not on TikTok. Sean's calling in from YouTube queue. So let's get the video up. How you doing, Sean? Are you at least 18?
I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Cool.
And just I guess I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
Cool. Okay. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, just a disclosure, I'm terrible at philosophy, and I'm
Oh,
not nearly as eloquent as your previous callers, so you might have to bear with me a little
well,
bit.
philosophy in this space is
But
stupid. These people aren't doing real philosophy. They're doing word gymnastics. So don't worry about it. I don't talk philosophy nonsense unless they come on my live stream already doing it. I'm much more happy talking about real world stuff.
all right, so yeah, I'm just calling about your prompt. It just on face level, it feels weird. Like your
Okay.
God is imaginary.
Sure.
It seems like a weird claim to make.
Sure.
So I guess, like, I don't know. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Why do you feel like this is a good claim?
Oh, easy. So the reason why it's a good claim is because you can imagine the God existing, just like you can imagine the tooth fairy, but there's no good reason to believe that the thing does actually exist. And all of the attempts to do so basically fail. And the arguments in favor of that God not existing are actually very promising, and I think count as very weighty evidence, especially if you're weighing in the Bible as part of that evidence.
Okay. So it doesn't feel at all self-contradicting to you,
How would it be self-contradicting?
or self-defeating, I guess would be the better uh way to word that.
Why would it be self-defeating?
Well, so when you say imaginary, what do you mean?
I just told you it exists in your brain state only. It doesn't exist outside of your imagination.
Okay. Okay. So, and yeah, that all right, so I'm gonna try to not jumble up my words too bad.
Oh, we lost you for a second. Hold on.
All right, hold
Your
up. Sorry, my
connection dropped out for a second. You're back now. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Sorry, try it again. I didn't hear you.
My back.
Yeah, you're back. You just got
Yeah,
kind of
sorry.
a very shoddy connection. Do you have Wi-Fi?
I know. Let me step outside. No, I don't. I'm on the clock right now, actually. But all right. So so you're basing that completely on your perception of reality, which feels weird to me because you're saying that, well, um, God doesn't exist in reality, but that's strictly based on your perception of reality. So it feels self-defeating.
I'm not saying that God doesn't exist in my reality. I'm saying in the reality that we share, God doesn't exist.
How can you tell we share this reality? And this is because this is what's weird
Well,
to me about an atheist
it's
claim,
actually
right?
really
It's
easy.
like
It's
say,
actually really easy. I can just ask you, do you believe that the Earth exists?
yes,
Sure. And do you believe that, I don't know, like outer space exists?
yes,
Sure. And do you believe that the universe exists?
yes.
Sure. I believe all those things exist as well. I just don't
hmm
think that that includes your God.
Right. So, and what I would say is, I believe those things exist because I have a basis to ground my understanding of those things, i.e., consciousness. As an
Oh boy.
atheist, I don't. It's like making the claim that, well, God does not exist. How can you possibly make that claim? Because now you're deluding yourself to nothing but matter in motion. It's a weird claim. So
So
every
you
thought you
don't
have,
honestly
go ahead.
think that like a precept argument's going to work here? Oh, come
Is this the
on.
presupposition? I don't know if this is that what you
Yeah.
call this presup?
Yeah, you're going to do a presupposition, which is basically you can't have knowledge, you can't have truth, you can't have transcendental anything because you have to ground it in something transcendental, and that just happens to be God. This is a nonsensical argument.
Well, okay, let me ask you, how do you account for the um fuck's the word? How do you account for the non-material? There's a word for that. Uh Whatever. But it seems like a pretty obvious problem. Like,
I
all right,
don't
if
know what
every
you're.
thought you have is nothing but
Yeah, I don't know
okay,
what the problem is yet.
um
Maybe you can explain it.
okay. All right, yeah. So you to make the claim that there is no God, you are you're reducing
Well,
yourself to simply matter in
to
motion, which
be
means
to be
every thought.
sure, my
Go ahead.
claim is that your God doesn't exist.
Okay, fine, but um to say my God doesn't exist, well, I mean, I would base my God on first, you have to make the claim that there is a God, and then from there, you can kind of deduce as to what
Well,
that God looks like.
I could even admit that there was a God and your God still wouldn't exist, but it just happens to be that I don't believe in a God, so there's no point in doing that.
Okay.
Your connection's starting to get shoddy again. I don't know if you should be walking around. You keep moving around and then we lose you. Maybe maybe turn off your video and stop moving around, and you'll have just enough bandwidth for your audio to come through clean. I think his connection went out again. I turned it off for you. We'll see if this works. Your audio is not really working. It's really freezing.
All right, let me try something real quick. All right, is that better?
Just a little bit better.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that.
But it was better. Now it's breaking up again. Buddy, you got to find some Wi-Fi. You're probably on your phone right now using really bad reception. It's not working. You got to get some Wi-Fi, okay?
All right, sounds good. Try again
All right.
later.
All right. It's all right. I don't think we needed anyone wasting time with precept nonsense anyways. That seemed like a complete waste of everybody's time. So, you know, and Gretchen, obviously Justin still hates us. This is torture for fuck's sake. This is torture for me too. But I, you know, I can't, I don't know what these people are what arguments are gonna run when they come in, you know? Former Prophet Nathan, sending ties, rock hard for Doug, cook them good. Thank you, former Prophet Nathan. I appreciate that. And Julie, thank you for the super chat. Why do you think some New Testament scholars or people who study the Bible still believe in Jesus or God? Well, I think most of them believe, I would say, in lieu of the facts, right? So like if you talk to some of my professors that I had, they wouldn't say that first of all, a lot of them are a little bit agnostic and a lot of them don't believe all the doctrines. But you know, they would also say like, well, you know what? It's a faith. It's not something provable. It's not a cold hard fact. And I think that's probably a fine place to be. You know, you don't have to prove it. John Wayne says there's objects, things with shape and location, and there's concepts, a description if the moving things in relation to other objects exist. John Wayne, I mean, objects exist, I agree, but concepts don't, right? So an object is something that has like typically time and location. Same thing with the body. And Archibald Watt says, this guy makes me wish language had never been invented. I'd rather people throw feces at each other to the point to get their point across than what he's doing. You know what? I don't disagree. I got just 3 more super chats. Try not to get behind, and I'm going to get our next guest in here. It looks like Ruben. HP Lovecats, thank you for the super chat, and good to see you. These Philbros can't move beyond a philosophy defined back in ancient Greece. True. And philosophy, my understanding, has advanced since then. They don't have to be using this bullshit philosophy. Certainly not Thomas Aquinas. And Caroline says, how do you keep your patience with the Philbros? I find them so insufferable. True. They're insufferable. I guess I'm used to them by now. You know what I mean? Plus, you got to remember with the Philbros, like they're trying to get under your skin. So like part of the whole trade-off is that you don't let them do it, right? And that annoys them just on the face of it. Not the Bible, Jason says, oh no, the Philbro bunk beds are going to have the attribute of wetness tonight. That's true. That is 100% a fact. Yeah, and you got to remember, Philbros do run in packs, right? They run around on TikTok trying to find somebody that they can debate. And then when you get one, you get another, and then another. It's always like, well, if that guy's argument failed, surely I'll come in and be successful. That basically never happens. All right, let's get Ruben in here, and we'll hopefully get another conversation. How you doing, Ruben?
Doing all right.
Ruben, are you at least 18?
26.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Sure. Which one?
I grew up Christian, but I've studied a lot of Eastern philosophy, so I kind of combine the two.
Okay.
I wouldn't call myself a Christian. I'm more of a, spiritual practitioner, kind of like a ancient mystic I don't know. I really can't define it. I just believe in God. So
Okay.
I like having philosophical conversations.
Sure. So what do you think is a good reason to believe in God?
Well, I had to ask myself first if I wanted God to exist, because then that establishes my relationship to whether I think there is a God or there isn't. And I did want him to exist. So because of that, I can see God everywhere. You know what I mean?
No. How do you see God?
They describe God as omnipresent, omnipotent, all knowing, and that he's in everything, that he's in us, in the grass, in the wind. And so like Eastern philosophy, they kind of view it the same way that the Brahmin, like the Hindu God, that he is everything, thoughts, dreams, physical reality, the spiritual, all of
Sure.
that.
Sure. But what would
Um,
be a good reason to
so
believe
that
any of that?
it makes sense to me, really. Um,
But what if I said it makes sense to me that God doesn't exist? Now where do we go?
guess we really can't go anywhere because one of us chooses to witness and look and be grateful, and another one just looks at the world as things that are full of objects.
I mean,
You
if I
know,
had a reason to look at it with a God, I would look at it with a God. What's the reason for that?
because it's something that's bigger than myself, and it allows me to quell my anxiety about being here and having to die eventually and going back to something that's greater.
Sure. I
Um,
can understand wanting that to be true. My question
yeah.
is, why would somebody in fact actually believe that it's true other than just wanting to believe it?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, why would somebody actually believe this for real rather than just wanting to believe it?
I guess it's because it helps them look at life differently. That you feel connected instead of separated. Because a lot of the stuff that we go through and experience, we tend to separate ourselves from the mechanisms and the going ons of the world. We don't see ourselves as a part of it. We see ourselves as different from it.
Okay, buddy. My question is not like describing the thing. What I'm asking is there a reasonable like artifact or argument or anything of that nature that would increase the likelihood that God exists?
The only thing that I could think of, and I could be wrong about this, but the fact that you are aware right now, I feel like is holds enough credence to believe that there's a God.
Why? Why does being aware have anything to do with God?
Because I feel like if God created people, that his only real mission was to allow us to witness life, because
Mm,
that's the only thing that he can't do
yes, but
is is basically live life as we
that's
are.
the big if God exists. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that I don't think there's a reason to believe that God exists.
Yeah, that's cool, man. But that's what I'm saying. This is where we split. So this is this is how we view things differently. And I'm okay with you having that opinion or believing that and living that way. I just feel like there's people who choose to walk with God, as they say in the Bible, like Noah walked with God. And then there's people who reject that idea. But I feel like we're all swimming in the same water, anyways. And some of us realize that we're in Lake Michigan, and some of us don't know, that we're in a lake at all.
But why
You
would
know,
somebody believe that they're in a lake? Where's the water?
that I don't know. It's just
Well, that's
it's just
why
something that I
people
feel. Yeah.
don't believe, right? You need
Yeah, no,
actual
of course, yeah.
reasons to
Yeah, they
believe.
need proof, and again, yeah, there's nothing really there that's concrete. So
Right.
it's yeah. I can't, yeah. You got me there, man. You do. So
Well, listen, it sounds like you're working some stuff out yourself. You might not fully know what you believe. You might not be a great fit for what we're doing here. So I'm going to move on to the next guest, but thanks for coming by, okay?
thanks, man.
Cheers. Okay. I listen, I get it. It's nice to believe in something. But it's not why it's true. Anyways, listen, we've got I think 2 more guests waiting in the YouTube queue. The TikTok queue is empty now. So if somebody wants to come in on TikTok and have a chat, TikTok is available and you'll be first in line. I've got 2 in the YouTube queue. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want to join, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live, and you'll be put right in line after these 2. Peter Panic, thank you for Peter Pan Sick. Thank you for the super chat. Hey Justin, I thought Jesus' sacrifice was so that Romans won't punish his followers, etc. for rebellion. Where is dying for the sins coming from? Rock for Doug. Okay, so in my opinion, the idea of Jesus dying, right, wasn't part of the theology originally, right? They had to invent that later to explain why Jesus died, because it was unexpected that he died. And so part of that explanation was, well, Jesus had to die because he, being perfect, would be a perfect sacrifice and would put an end to the law. And the reason why I think this is a late development is because it seems to have been developed at a period when they were already trying to get rid of the law, which means when the Greeks were coming in. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Ian's arguing the Bible with his guests. Justin's been arguing philosophy. Funny old world. True, we should have switched. It's a shame Ian was live. Ian could have come and joined me for these clowns, and he didn't. So, would have been great, actually. It would have actually maybe been faster. 2 more super chat stars. It says, even though the Bible has so many problems, why do you think it's a popular religion? I live in the US and it seems like I can't escape Christianity. I think it's popular because there are some teachings of Jesus that people like, but you got to get rid of the bad shit, right? So part of Jesus' teachings were cool, like all you have and give to the poor, be kind to the needy, give to the stranger, visit the prisoner, different things like that, right? Turn the other cheek. These are really cool teachings that I wouldn't say they're like revolutionary or novel, but they were teachings that people really wanted to grasp onto at that particular time. And Christianity was a good vehicle for that because it was so big. But the reason why in the U.S. why it's so big is honestly just because a lot of people who came over were Christians, and a lot of them were Protestants. They were escaping the persecution in Europe. So just before people came over to the Americas, the Catholic Church was just out there murdering Protestants, especially the Anabaptists. The Anabaptists, like if you got caught baptizing a family member as an adult, oh buddy, you're in trouble. They would take your entire family and drown them in the river, and they would laughingly refer to it as the third baptism, right? Because the first baptism is your true baptism when you were a Catholic. Your second baptism as an adult, when you became an adult, was your second. And then your third is when we drown you to death. That's the type of shit that the Catholics were up to, which led people to come to the States. In fact, the idea of a separation of church and state was uniquely an Anabaptist idea, because they're like, we got to fucking get rid of this. And last super chat from States Lord says, speaking of the U.S. Constitution, the no religious test clause is effing crazy. They had incredible foresight nearly 250 years ago. True. Really good foresight to understand that eventually religious fundamentalists are going to say some bullshit and going to cause problems. And I mean, here we are now, putting up with religious zealots, Christo-fascists, people of that nature. All right, let's get Sean Luke, probably not the one in the Epstein files, but how you doing, Sean Luke?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, okay, nice. Hi. So, whoa. So first off, you had that point with the um, if God, this first prompt. I'm from Germany, so for me, my English is good, I think, but sometimes it's hard to formulate everything the way I want it. But
Mm-hmm.
um, I would, I think I would like to argue with you about um, your God is imaginary, because I was thinking a lot about
That's the
that
goal.
while I was listening, and I think for me it's probably the best right now. So okay, so why I believe in God, I'm Christian, is
Mm-hmm.
because I it's through the Bible, and also I think as well as outcome. So for me, one of the biggest outcomes, I would say it's also a part of an intrinsic faith, of course, is that what I see and what I receive, I attributed that to God. So I would say what makes up the belief of God is attributing the creation of the world to Him and all those things.
But why believe in a God?
Because I believe that not just that he is the creator, but also that it's also an um, intrinsic uh, not thing. I want to use a better word here, and it's something intrinsic as well. So it can be connecting as well, and I believe that God has created the whole universe.
I'm sure you believe that. I'm trying to figure out why. Right? If I
Yes.
said my God exists because of
mhm.
blank, what do you fill the blank in with?
My God is can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Yeah, if I say my God exists because of blank, what are you filling the blank in with?
Because my God believes exists because of blank. I think it's because I believe it's through the Bible. So, for
Okay, so
example,
you think that the Bible is the proof that your God exists.
yes, and also um, in, just to add as well as I believe that through human action you can see God's work. For example, I believe that true believers, their action will represent as well the will of God. So it's also a part of that you will see God's work through human action.
Hmm. So, again, I think my question, as far as I recall, is what about the Bible would lead someone to believe that this God is real?
For example, I believe that when we look at the 12 apostles, that they carried the belief on Jesus' resurrection,
That's a tough
and
word.
yes, and that they died for it, and also that how Christianity in itself, as a movement, was created at first through like not just through peacefulness, and then brought through um, to the whole world, and also how, in my opinion, for example, because I also live in Germany, um, we our I believe also that the objective morality that is based in our institution is based on biblical principles, and I believe all those things together create the why I believe, and why you should
Which
believe in God.
which Christian principles specifically
Um,
are used to
in,
create laws and foundations?
which Christian principle?
Yeah.
I believe, for example, that the Ten Commandments. So the Ten Commandments are, for me, um, the first rules to set up a law, in if I can explain it that way.
Hmm. Well, they're not that old, right? So they were preceded by the laws of Hammurabi and preceded by the Sumerian laws and the laws of Lapit Ishtar and the laws of Eshnuna and even some of the Middle Assyrian law codes. And we know that because they copied directly from the Akkadian in some spots of Exodus. So it's certainly not an original law code, and it's not unique either. A lot of those laws existed in the other law codes or even in like the wisdom literature that you would find in Egypt.
hmm But yes, this is a point that I think it's a really, really good point to mention that. And but I would say that when we look at those, for example, those Arcadian records, um, I believe, for example, that I don't know exactly the word the verse. I believe that all writings can be inspired or even be put up by God. It's just that I believe when the Torah was created, those laws, because were put together as the right ones. For example, even though if I think also the Torah states that there were never people that believe in other gods, or even things that are similar. For example, I think it's the first
So,
time engaging with you. So
Sean, you're
you
using a lot of words and you're covering a lot of ground. So we're going to want
okay?
to hone it in and be very specific, right?
Okay, let's
So
do it. I'm trying my best. I'm sorry. I
So
Okay,
let's
continue.
start with a very simple topic. Is the Bible
Hmm.
100% true?
Yes, I believe that. So
Okay,
there are things that I'm agnostic about. I have to be honest, but I believe in the 100% truth in the
sure.
Bible. So okay.
Now, what would it mean for you personally if you
Hmm.
discovered that the Bible sometimes says things that are not true?
Um, it's research, right? I think so. If somebody presents me something that they say, okay, this is not true, first I have to research it and try to understand it. I think the Bible is complex, and but I believe that, for example, that's why I'm here to have the conversation as well. It's not just to
Right,
try
but
to.
my question
Hmm.
assumes that you did find something, right? So in my
Ah,
question, I'm
okay, I
saying
see.
if you did find something in the Bible that was wrong, what would that mean for you personally?
If I found something that is 100%ly wrong, I, I, it would make my. I don't. It's a hard question. Because I don't see at the moment nothing that is 100% wrong in the Bible.
Right, but I'm not asking you if you do know anything wrong. I'm asking if you did find something wrong, what would that mean for you?
Okay. Um, if I found something wrong, um, I don't know yet. I didn't never think about that. If now, and I really never thought about that, to be honest.
So it's an important thing, right? Because if the Bible says one thing wrong, that means it could say two things that are wrong, right?
It could, but I
And if
think
it
as
says two
oh
things that are wrong, it could say three things that are wrong, correct?
yes, I could. It,
Sure. And so what I'm
it
saying
leads
is
into that idea.
it
Yes.
yeah, it opens the door to the idea that the Bible could say a bunch of things that are wrong, and you have to look through all of it to find out whether or not it's worth actually paying attention to, right? So when I read the Bible, I find so many things that are wrong, like so many things that are wrong that I can't find it to be compelling that it came from God. So, for example, we'll do a couple stories between Chronicles and Samuel. Chronicles tells a lot of the same stories as Samuel, but what they did is they kind of renovated. They gave they gave David or some other people in the story kind of a facelift to make them look better, and sometimes they just they got numbers wrong, right? So, for example, in the Hebrew text, you'll find that there are just straight up contradictions. I'll show you one right here that is in relation to King David. So, and I don't know if this is one we talk about too often, but it's an interesting one for sure. So, inside of this war chronicle in Samuel, it says the Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed of the Arameans 700 chariot teams and 40,000 horsemen, and wounded Shabach, the commander of their army, so that he died there. Easy enough, right? David killed 700 chariot teams or charioteers, right?
Hmm.
And then in the other passage, it says the Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed 7,000 Aramean charioteers. So
Okay.
this is the book of Chronicles revising the book of Samuel, like
Hmm.
on purpose, which
Okay.
means it's intentionally saying things that are untrue now.
Yes. So I understand that argument. I would say you brought up before for example, this argument with the Chaldeans that this word wasn't in couldn't have been used by Moses. I'm not trying to switch the topic. I'm just trying to put to use it. And for example, I'm I'm learning right now. I'm not there yet to I'm not on a level that I can argue about anything directly,
Hmm.
but what I understand is that most of the things, for example, I can say that things that were originally were also added. So there's definitely the Bible was edited through time, and also that okay, I have to say, so just to that point, I think that the Bible was edited, but yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but
So we've got a couple problems, right? In the Mosaic authorship, there's a lot of passages that would demand Moses could not have written the book,
mhm.
and that's fine. Some people believe that Moses wrote the core of the book, and then it was updated later. The most
Okay,
prominent
so you
of these
just
beliefs is that the scribe Ezra updated it. Now, I don't think there's a good argument for that because it still does not establish how one could ever demonstrate that Moses wrote any of it, right? Because the language that it shows up in is not a language that Moses would have been able to write in. That language didn't exist yet. Moses would have had to have written in either Akkadian or Egyptian. Those were the two primary languages. Hebrew wasn't a thing yet.
okay, but okay, so since I'm unfamiliar with because I think first of all I have to say it's good that you already understand the argument that I use, but I have to be honest, I'm unfamiliar yet with that because you're using the idea of that the language didn't exist yet. So I'm unfamiliar with that. Needed to look that up if because I don't know if because Paleo Hebrew should have been there already, right? It's a question.
No,
This
I mean they had Proto-Sinaitic, which was
yeah.
would have been a branch of the Egyptian scribal system, but we don't have anything like in the Bible that would lead us to believe that it was written in Proto-Sinaitic.
So just to understand your argument, so your argument is that we haven't had now what is missing is that the 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 script okay the scriptures are written in those Proto-Sinaitic, right?
It was not.
So can we prove to 100% that it wasn't,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. So
why?
So what I'm saying is that and
Actually, not why, how? That's probably the better question.
okay, so the reason why we know this to be the case is because there are a myriad of Hebrew word plays in the text. So I'll give you one
Hmm.
example. We would find in Genesis, I use this one a lot. It says that woman was called woman because she came from man, but in Hebrew it says she was called Isha because she came from Ish. That's a Hebrew feminine construction of the same word. It's really interesting. English has the same thing. But
Hmm.
that wouldn't have been the same in Akkadian, and it wouldn't have been the same in Egyptian. That wordplay only works in the Hebrew grammar that we actually know biblical Hebrew from.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then I I would need to look that up and have more understanding about that because I am unfamiliar at the moment with that topic. So I say if I would argue now, it would be dishonest if I said that I know about that. But
Well, it's not expected that you know everything. You know what I mean? One of the reasons why I do these live streams is for educational purposes. I don't expect that the people who come up here are gonna, know everything that I learned when I was in school, right? But the reality is, these are really critical things to know, right? Because if it turns out that Moses didn't write any of the Torah, that's really problematic. Jesus understood the Torah as coming from Moses, technically from God through Moses, right? So if the Moses story is not even real, that means Jesus would have been wrong, and I don't know how God could have been wrong about Moses.
Yeah, I understand definitely your point. The problem is just that this is something that again, if when you don't know yet something that you have to look up and also um, do the research for it. For example, if I because I believe there should be an argument for that. So, for example, I also believe that not just this is an interesting part for me is first I cannot grant that as for my perspective as 100% proof what you're saying because I have to look it up. Then I also believe that there are things that the further we move, um, the more time is going on, and that things will be proven much more directly, especially historic things that are written in the Bible. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry if
Well,
I'm
I think
sometimes.
what you're trying to say is that in the future, we'll discover more archaeological artifacts that would demonstrate that the Bible is true. But I think the problem with that idea is that we already have archaeological artifacts that prove that the Bible is not true.
I, okay. The problem is that we have with that argument we have a lot of so you have different archaeologists. Dump word. So uh, I think it's much more a debate between two faculties, right? So um, some claim yes, some claim no. But I would ask you, what from what you have read, which artifacts would be, from your perspective, proof for certain things not happening?
I think there's quite a few of them. One of my favorites are the, I would say, Amarna tablets. There's about 315 tablets that were discovered at El Amarna, which was between the at least two different Egyptian pharaohs and all of the petty kings in the land of Canaan during, I believe, the 14th and 13th century, right before the Bronze Age collapse. And what we discover is that there's no Hebrew people out there, there's no Israelite people out there attacking these towns. The idea that a huge horde of slaves from Egypt that were Semitic speaking just came out and attacked all these towns, and then conquered them. Not in the record. The record shows actually the opposite of that. That people, we would say nomads, that were already in the land, they already existed, were warring against each other, and the towns right inside of these Amarna tablets. Some of these towns were described as being destroyed already, according to the Bible. Like we shouldn't have tablets being written to a petty king in a town that should have already been destroyed during the biblical conquest period.
Okay. So you said mono tablets, right?
The Amarna tablets, yeah,
Amarno tablets. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So I just want to note that just for research later, because again, um, because I believe also as well that, for example, this conversation for me as a believer is also the further you go, the more you have to also look into critical stuff, because I don't believe in 100%. I don't believe. I think confirmation bias is also always the 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 end of all things. But I think that in a sense, this you have to look things up that can be critical to you, but I think that's something that you have to do by your own and to understand it better. But okay, so I would
So
like.
to be
Okay, continue.
sure, the studying that you're referring to is what I did. I went to school purposely to study this Bible professionally so I could understand it, utilize it, make the most of it. And that's what I'm sharing with you now, right? So, what I learned in school from Bible, almost Bible believing Christians, most professors don't
Mhm.
believe 100% of the Bible, is what we're talking about right now.
Yes, but the thing is, even though you learn it, I think you are not, for me, the authority of those things. For example, when we talk, I can, there are probably topics that, for example, I study social work, right? So there are probably topics that we have learned completely different. Doesn't mean that I'm now in complete authority of that, because in how I understand it, especially with also the Bible, and when we look into understanding things, sometimes there can be paradoxes that we cannot 100% sometimes understand, and also sometimes paradoxes can exist, um, in two forms. So you can hold up. I wish. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. So yeah.
Well, I don't know what you mean by paradoxes, but if the biblical God entails contradictions, well, it seems like we just wouldn't believe in that God. I don't believe contradictions exist, right? Do you
I also
believe
believe
that there is a married
contradictions exist.
bachelor out there that exists?
A married bachelor, somebody, a married bachelor. So he's so you refer as bachelor somebody who's not married, right?
Right. Yeah, a bachelor is somebody
Uh,
who's not married. And so is there such a thing as a married bachelor?
so if we look into the word married and we take it seriously, then no, I don't think so.
Right. Because they're contradictory,
Would
right?
Yeah, it depends. Yes, yes, but some might see that as a concept or something. I don't know. So
Right. But my point is contradictions just can't exist. They're
yeah,
impossible, right? So if we find in the religion or in the properties of God or what have you, if we find that there are in fact contradictions, one, we have to change the theology, or two, we have to abandon the idea that this thing is true. Understand?
uh, I I definitely understand your point, and but the so the point is that everything, even like, for example, when we argue, you can say, okay, this is a definite contradiction, but we have to look deeper into that. And this is what I have realized. Um, Everything in the Bible it is really complex as well. When we look at historic things, we have to understand it, and also try to not replicate, but to I don't know if to conceptualize it. If that I don't know if that's the right word for this, but I so so I just what I said. I'm done with that
I may
right now.
not may not have understand what you're getting at, but nevertheless, um, let me ask you a question.
Ask me.
Right, because there's a lot of things we could talk about, and I'd like to
Hmm.
talk about something that is meaningful to both of us, right? So
Let's go.
I think that Christianity is completely untenable, and the reason why I think Christianity is completely untenable, not just because the God
Can
of the
you?
book
Sorry,
is hard,
sorry. I just I didn't want. I did cut you off just because I. What is inattainable? What does it mean? The word.
untenable means like it's not possible to sustain,
Okay. So not sustainable.
right? Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
thank you.
so my point is because the core doctrines of Christianity don't appear to be true, right? Core doctrine number one: Jesus is the Messiah predicted in the Old Testament. That's just not true.
Hmm.
If you read the Hebrew
I
Bible,
believe that.
but if you read the Hebrew Bible, he didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do, not a single thing. And the prophecies that were attributed to him weren't real prophecies. About half of them aren't even prophecies. And the ones that are prophecies, if you actually go back and read them, they're pretty clearly not about Jesus. There's a bunch of stuff in those prophecies that he just didn't do.
Oh yes. So you're talking about Isaiah, right? The book of Isaiah.
Well, I would say all of them. Every
So
prophecy that's
Isaiah,
listed in the New
Daniel.
Testament is not about Jesus.
I think not. I think I believe that it's not true. I think some prophecies are attributed to Jesus that in the text is shown that it's not. But I would say, for example, some argue that in the book of Isaiah it's about the king Hezekiah, and but I would say when we look at it and go step by step, I believe that most, or at least yeah, most of them are actually about Christ.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is they're not about Christ.
Yes.
Because so they have a primary context that is about the time period they're given in. And then Christians will say, oh, there's a secondary meaning, and the secondary meaning is about Jesus. But I don't have a reason to accept that. That's the same trick that the Mormons did. They applied third layer meanings to prophecies and then said they were about Joseph Smith. I could do the same thing. I could put a fourth layer of meaning on it and say it's about me, right? Why would we accept an alternative meaning to the prophecies that are disconnected from the original context?
Because for example, um I think at the first I also talked about outcome, right? So I believe that the outcome of Christianity proves to me that those verses are about Christ, because um one thing in particular, I wrote I read your description. So you're an ex-pastor, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're you're probably, I think you're probably have you you have studied it, and you're probably better at quoting verse than I am. But I think that the Bible tells us that the Jews supposed, before David came as a ruler, God gave them the opportunity to have no ruler but only God. And I think, not think, but this ends with Christ, as not, it leads to Christ, because Christ is for everybody, not just an eternal ruler, but is also an heavenly ruler. So it's basically, even though we have like politicians, it's now that the whole world who is invited to have the belief in Christ is under God's law. So I think the outcome of it proves that those verses are about Christ. This is how I would explain that.
So I don't know what the outcome has to do with anything, right? Because the passages give you the outcome, right? So, for example, Ezekiel 37, the outcome is that the Messiah
Wait, I would.
rescues all the tribes, bring them back to the land, and they live in safety. Same thing with Jeremiah 33, so on and so forth, right? So that's the outcome that they were expecting. The outcome that they got is that the Jews got annihilated by the Romans.
Oh wait, the only thing that I didn't hear is the last time with the Romans. What did you say again?
Right. The prophecies, right,
Uh-huh.
give you the outcome they're looking for. That outcome is the salvation, like physical military salvation of the Israelites, a return back to the land, world peace, and a king always on the throne. Those were the outcomes that would verify the Messiah came. What Jesus did had nothing to do with messianic expectations, and not even unique.
So okay, I think here what you're doing and saying is that the that Christ's arrival has nothing to do with the prophecies, but I would say that he states specifically that first he came for the house of Israel. So um, the point of that is that he's trying to unify them, but the second coming is actually the the second coming is what will bring that peace. So also the
But
resurrection of,
if
okay.
if the second coming is when the peace happens and all the rest of the stuff happens, but nothing happened at the first coming, well, you didn't do anything. Like I could do that too. I could say, listen, I didn't fulfill these prophecies, but when I come back, I'll do it. Right. So that's the problem with Christianity is they push the can down the road saying all these prophecies Jesus didn't do, he'll get to them. You just wait. But until he gets to them, he's not the Messiah.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, the point is that, but the resurrection, not the resurrection, yes, the death and resurrection of Christ entails that through the 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 sacrifice of him, the the border between Gentile and Jews is basically broken. So what it
But
entails that
but
actually
what's that got to do with the messianic expectation?
exactly, I'm getting there. So why I'm saying that is that it's broken, and that means that the identity of so the religion of Judaism, for example, is now it's not anymore about the 12 tribes. It's much more about the coming together of people. So the 12 tribes Israel are now is basically the Christian faith. So we as Christian are called to be Israelite spiritually. So it's not about genealogy anymore. It's about faith in Christ. So it is just that I believe that this, what Christ did, represents that it is actually just the choice. So yes, it represents that from my understanding.
Right, but that's not what the promise says. The promise isn't a vague spiritual interpretation. The promise is a physical location, right? It says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. The idea here is that they're going to be restored to the physical land, which is why Ezekiel spends about 25% of his prophetic book describing how the land is going to be reapportioned, how the temple is going to be rebuilt, what's the measurements of it, what kind of animals will be sacrificed, who's in charge of the sacrifices. This was the expectation. It's not, you can't spiritualize it. They literally tell you that it's not spiritual. It's about the land.
Okay. Um, so, okay. The thing is, I see what you're saying, but Christ states, for example, he will rebuild the temple in 3 days. According to our understanding, this is his body. So his body is rebuilt in 3 days. That means what he's saying that the idea that is written in those texts that he is actually the prophesied Messiah, and what he is doing is already bringing the people back to it. So
But
sacrifice, he's the final one.
But
Do you
there's
understand?
no prophecy about anyone dying and rising. No Messiah is prophesied to die and rise. The fact that he said, "My body will be rebuilt," in reference to the temple, is meaningless. It doesn't matter. It's not in the Hebrew Bible.
So it is. For example,
Mm.
sorry, I'm not. I'm trying. I will look some certain things up, but I'm trying my best to, without looking it up, also to see, because I think right now, from my personal opinion, I think it's a good discussion right now. I believe that when um, Christ um, came, not just that. Wait, I forgot I've lost train of thought. I'm sorry. What was the question again?
I thought we were talking about how there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible about a
Ah,
dying and
yes.
rising Messiah. That's just not in there.
So the I don't know in which verse exactly, but it's in Isaiah that he will be beaten and he will be called Eternal Father, and we have that
Well,
um that
you've
Israel
you've mixed two chapters together, right? You've mixed chapter 9 and chapter 53 together. Chapter 9 is clearly an enthronement prophecy for King Hezekiah. If you do the exegesis on the chapter, and Isaiah 53 is pretty clearly about the nation of Israel, specifically the righteous remnant of Israel. The author of that section of Isaiah tells you 9 different times that Israel is the servant. So when I get
Yes.
to chapter 52 and 53, I have no reason to believe that now, randomly, the entire book is about something happening in the 6th century, most 7th and 6th century, except for this one passage. This one passage is randomly about something happening, 600 years later. It seems silly to me.
So the point is, I would say apologists argue about that. Um, this passage is, since Christ is also an Israelite, so that he, in fact, and this is how what I believe, it's not just what apologists said, that Christ is the one who is also the representation of Israel as a nation. So everything he did was in representation of those passages. So um, the iniquity that he will follow is actually he is the true Israel, and so he represents Israel in that passage.
Why?
This is how I
Why would I accept
hmm?
that though? Why would I accept that Israel now means a human being, like another person, like Jesus specifically?
Because those passages reflect what happened to Jesus. So
I don't.
because
I don't think
also
so.
the Messiah. Hmm?
I don't
Yeah,
think
this
they're
is
about
what you.
Jesus. It says that they're going to have offspring and divide the spoil with the strong. Jesus didn't do that.
So it's. I think Jesus actually parallels that by saying that the wheat and the or the wheat and the
The
I don't know the
tares.
word in English. Yeah, are getting separated. I
You
think
can say the
he
chaff as well. Yeah.
yeah, I think he parallels that, um and that's why he I think he's pretty not just familiar, but he represents everything that is written there. So so for me this leads me to believe, also, so it leads me to believe that Christ is God, and also that Christ is the true Messiah
But
that is
again,
taught
just because
in there.
Jesus said a thing is meaningless.
No, it's not. I think
What does
that's the
what
point of,
what does Jesus saying anything about wheat and chaff have to do with him fulfilling a prophecy?
because you said that the verse says that he the way separates the strong and the weak or something, and I believe it's a parallel to that.
I don't care if it's a parallel. We're talking about prophecies.
Okay.
Listen, anyone
Yes.
can just walk around and quote things that sound vaguely familiar to something in the Hebrew Bible. That is meaningless. I could do that. That doesn't make you a Messiah. It doesn't make you prophetic. It doesn't do anything.
Exactly. I think, and that's the point. That's why Christ is saying that there will be false messiahs, people that will claim things, and that's why I believe also an outcome. The outcome of what we have, the what Christ tells us is, you will see them by them fruit by the fruits. And I believe that the outcome and the fruits of Christianity that was bared are proof to me that Christianity is true.
But the fruits is like been murder and pillaging.
The so this is when what I would say is, let's just say that um if those fruits, for example, this is one aspect of things that happened historically, but I believe those things are not what Jesus thought to do, because I believe
But
that
but they're
the
fruits.
yes,
We're
but
talking about the
but
fruits that are produced presumably by the church or by Christians. If the fruit is the evidence, I think the fruit's rotten. The churches over the course of history have killed millions and millions of people.
so I'm I'm not I don't believe in the Catholic tradition, but
So
I would say
that's the
that
fruit. The fruit was the Catholic Church. They were the only game in town for 1,000 years.
yes, I think yes, but before, so if we look so the beginning of Christianity. Then later it became um, there were pillagers and everything. Some crusades were about um, how to say it, defending the country, but there were also bad things that happened under certain popes. So I believe that those people are still bad fruits in the faith. It doesn't mean that, for example, let's just say I
But again,
that's a
it comes from the top, my man. Like Constantine started it, like the very first, I don't know, Roman Catholic emperor was starting persecuting people. He was murdering the Arians. He was forcefully baptizing Jews. He was waging wars to take over territory. And then it just continued after that. They were killing heretics after that. I mean, the war and violence happened immediately and went on for well over 1,000 years.
so that's why I don't agree with Constantine's practices. I don't
But
believe that
it's not just
I don't understand.
Constantine, it's the church.
Yes, but again, that's why for example, the Great Schism happened because of disagreement about a lot of things, and I believe that those things that those Christians or did weren't right, just because at the start, or let's just say close to the start, people start using um, the power that they have to justify things that are incorrect. Doesn't mean that I attributed that to the whole to my whole fate.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by fruits. Right? If you like what some Christians do, and you're like, hey, it produces good fruit, look at what these Christians are doing, then you can't go back and say, actually, you only get to look at the good fruits, you can't look at the bad fruits. That's not how that works.
Yes, it can, because I believe, not just because I don't believe that um I don't believe that the bad things that happened are are from God. I believe that humans acted in that way, and
But
so but when we at the
but
whole, the
but
outcome
so
as
did humans in the good way. You can't just say the fruit when it's good always comes from God and the fruit when it's bad comes from humans. That's not how that works. If the fruit is the evidence, then you have to have the same evaluative process for all of the fruit. You don't get to pick and choose to have different evaluations depending on which fruit you like.
so it's not just which fruit you like, it's also why did the fruit rotten. So you used a metaphor that that they had rotten fruit. It's also why did that happen, and this is actually a question, and that's why I it's important to look at Christianity critically, because such things were bad, and those people did that by their own accord. So
But how? How could you possibly know that? How could you possibly know that the bad fruit came from man and the
mhm,
good fruit came from God? How did you determine that?
because they did that because of power. It's clearly
So did
so.
Jesus.
What do you mean by that?
That's all Jesus wanted. Jesus wanted power and revenge
Revenge for what?
for people not believing in him. Luke 19 says, "Those who did not want me to be their king, take them or bring them before me and murder them in my presence." In Revelation
What?
14, those that are getting tortured in the lake of fire are getting tortured in the presence of the Lamb.
Yes, but okay. I see what you mean by revenge now. Okay. Um, I would say that those are outcomes of not believing. It's not just about because revenge, because when he died on the cross, he said he he said that um to forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. I don't think this is much more. I think there's a better word for this, but I would say it this way: a universal 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 outcome, or that those who do not believe in him will go through that. So,
I don't. I got to be honest. I don't know how this addresses what I said
but why though?
because I'm trying to figure out why it's okay for Jesus to torture people.
So the point of that, I so torturing in which way? It's not torturing. In
Tormenting them in fire is not torturing.
so my point is that this first, I would say this. Um, I believe that. So some say that those verses are about. Some say it's not Jesus who's doing it directly, but if we look at that just by the statement that you gave, it would be that this is the punishment from God, I guess, but it's not about waging war or pillaging people and forcing them to become Christians.
It is. It's absolutely about
Why?
that. The whole goal here is you will love me or you'll burn. This is the gospel message. The gospel message is if you don't give up everything and follow me, I will torture you in fire.
Okay. Wait, I 1 second. I just can you open the verse, please?
Yeah, Luke 14 says you're not worthy of being my disciple unless you take up your cross and follow me. You have to be an actual disciple. You actually have to believe. In fact, Romans 10:9-10, he says, if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, he died for your sins, rose from the dead, so on and so forth, you'll be saved. Jesus says, only those born in the Gospel of John, that only those born of the water and spirit will enter the kingdom. So the idea of Jesus is that if you aren't part of my group, you will be going to hell. That's where you end up. That's why Jesus says in John 3, right? Those who do not accept the gospel won't be entering the kingdom. So everyone remembers John 3:16, right? Go two more verses later, right? Go to John 3:18. So John 3:16, everyone knows it. God so loved the world that he gave his only son so that everyone who believes in him may not perish but have eternal life. Great. If you believe in him, indeed, God did not send the Son into the world to condemn the world, but in order that the world might be saved through him. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God. So if you don't believe in Jesus, you are condemned. And Paul tells you in 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, that means Jesus is going to come down with revenge and torment you with fire. It's the very first chapter of 2 Thessalonians.
So the point of that, okay. Um, so I think Matthew 10:28, fear God who can destroy both soul and body in hell, is that they will be destroyed, and also it's for the wicked. So the thing is, this is something I don't believe that when somebody dies. So I'm also said that about some certain things I'm agnostic at the moment about that.
Right, but
But
it doesn't matter how long you're there, right? If you believe in
yes,
annihilationism, that's fine. That doesn't mean anything to me, right? It's not about how long you're there.
okay.
It's the fact that you're there at all. Nobody should
Yeah,
ever
okay.
enter the lake of fire, which is what Jesus says, Matthew 25. He says, those on his left enter the lake of fire that was prepared beforehand for the angel or for the devil and his angels. That's going to be a torment. That's what the Bible says. You're going to be tormented there day and night.
Okay. Um, so the point is, I believe that here, even though this is an eternal condemnation, right? So either annihilism, completely destroyed, or being put there. So it's completely destroyed and being put there. The question is there no justification for somebody going through this?
No, there's not. No, there's
Okay,
there's no
so
justification ever for lighting somebody on fire for even 1 second.
okay, the point is this is spiritually. It's not that you will be burned
But
in.
it, it
So
literally says
on,
that. Lazarus
but
in Luke 16
spiritually,
said, not Lazarus, the rich man in Luke 16 says, I'm in agony in these flames. That's why he wants just a single drop of water for his tongue. There's flames
exactly.
there, and it sucks.
Yeah, but spiritually, it's not the point of that is
What's a
there
spiritual
is
flame?
a spiritual flame is something that is metaphysical.
What does that even mean? What's it mean to experience a metaphysical flame?
So I think you said so. I hope I'll use the right term. So let's just say you you feel something intrinsically like a burning inside you. So this would be something that you will feel spiritually.
How? How is how is there something inside of you if you're a spirit? What is inside of you if you're, because presumably in the afterlife you're just a spirit, you don't have a body. So how is something inside of your spirit?
How some? I think okay. I don't know. Can you specify this question because I don't understand what you where you're going with that question.
You said it's going to be the torment is something inside of you, but how could something be inside of you if you're a spirit? Spirit doesn't have like a physical presence.
Exactly, but the rich man experienced that in hell, right?
You got it. That's because in the Bible, they don't have this conception that you're just going to be a spirit immaterial. They thought spirits were still made of material of some nature.
Oh, that's an interesting. So
Like
uh,
so,
so that the
but
spirit. Wait, okay,
here's the
you're
thing
referring
though.
to Genesis, right?
Here's
That
the hold
the
on.
human is spirit, right?
Here's the thing though, right?
Yes.
The Bible specifically says that the lake of fire is going to torment them day and night, and talks about being burned up, talks about how hot the flames are. None of this makes sense unless the flames are really hot and they're causing part of the torture. To turn this into a metaphor is meaningless to me. Listen, if I go to hell and there's no flames down there burning me up, I don't give a fuck. I'll spend my all eternity down there. What do I care? Like, why do I care to be there? What am I being saved from? I don't give a fuck.
So the thing is, according to the Bible, sin is death, right? So this eternal flame is to destroy complete evil. I so in the end, it's also God's decision. But I think I just um want to ask. Want to say this. Um, I think this is a. I will look into a lot of things, but I would like to come back one day and to continue this discussion because I think what I think this is really good, but I wanted to try something out.
Well,
Um,
I'll tell you what, Sean. I kept you on as long as I did because you're being good faith about it, and I know my audience is yelling at me because they're kind of bored with the conversation, but my audience also knows that when people are up here and they're being good faith, I'll keep them on for a long time because I want to make actual progress. Like I think when you're having constructive dialogue with another human being, you can actually make some progress in that dialogue, and it could be helpful. Nevertheless, I think the conversation has gotten long in the tooth, but come back.
yes, okay,
I'm live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday typically, and so come on back, and we'll talk again.
yes, but I would also compliment you because I think that you are using at least. I feel like you're also not in bad faith. It's just that we disagree on things, and I can see that you are not trying to because some try to use only gotchas to discussion, and I think I didn't it didn't got into this way. So I thank you for having me, and we might see again. God bless.
All right, cheers, friend. Yeah, gotchas. By the way, save the gotchas for Phil Bros. Don't you don't need those in real life. In real life, you can use good arguments in real life. Friends, I'm gonna read a couple super chats here, and then we're gonna grab our next guest from the queue. I've got, if I'm looking correctly, I think I've got like 8 super chats to read in here. Cling and Peel, thank you for the super chat. I don't know that fancy philosophy stuff. 10 minutes later, you're not running presup, are you? Is this what they call presupposition? You know what? The presup was coming. It was like already locked and loaded, and they had it ready. Shirt brother, thank you for the super chat. Sean couldn't even formulate a coherent thought. Well, yeah. Such hubris to call in thinking he was going to argue any points, especially while on shift at the doofus factory. You know what? To be fair, if he had better reception, it would have been a fun conversation. And Gretchen says, on this episode of Stoned Musings with Ruben, indeed, we've had a lot of weird rabbit trailing conversations. It's been a tough one. Misha says, watch out, Justin. Sneaky Ruben's trying to make you look at the trees. You'll accidentally become a believer if you're not careful. True. That's why when I go to do my camping, I specifically bring Anton LaVey's works, because if I happen to be in the woods and I get the urge to convert, I just need to read some better material, and we can move beyond it. Yoda St. Cloud, my friend, great to see you. Jesus didn't die on the cross. He and Judas found a gullible body double, and Jesus went into hiding for the rest of his life with his lover Judas. The Pope of Whores has spoken. Rock hard for Doug and gay for Justin. Yoda, I like this hypothesis. I think it's a good one. I think it's a really good one. Good to see you, buddy. And also, Skeptic and Scoundrels with us tonight. Good to see you. Look at the trees as such a poor argument. Jesus hated trees. He cursed one. Then he was executed on another. Trees always get the last laugh. And that's wild. I knew his relationship with wood was bad. I forgot that it's really bad. He cursed a tree that was doing what it was supposed to do. He literally said that it was not the season for figs, and then he was mad that there were no figs. Hey, Bethos, my friend, good to see you. Also, I've got all the mugs packaged and ready to mail out. I'll be addressing them and printing the labels out tomorrow and sending them out. Yours all the way to Germany. It says Christianity is almost as boring as the Anglican UK. True. Went to a German Christian school because it was best in town. I mean, yeah, they're pretty good. Later, when I got my FH degree, bought my Bibles being open, never convinced. I don't know what FH means. Someone probably here knows that. But yeah, listen, you got to read the Bible. I know there's some boring stuff in there, but honestly, reading the Bible is the thing that's going to free y'all out of this thing. You read the nonsense, and you're just like, what's happening? This is ridiculous. And Jeebus Goatee, amazing name. Goatee equals fish. Yeah, when Goatee Hook was a popular Christian label, that pronunciation was pretty popular in Christian circles. So this used to be Shmuley. Was Shmuley, but trying to make a funny name. Hey, we got it. Wanted a reason. They believe Philbros are here to deceive, but words don't mean words. They just throw turds and wish we were all naive. That's a good rhyme. I like that one. That's a perfect rhyme to get on the record label with a goatee. Was it Goatee Hook or Goatee Fish now? That'd be Goatee Hook. Yeah. Bitplanes, hey, good to see you. So speaking of obvious fakery in the Bible, do apologists have any answer at all for why Noah's flood and other tentpole Bible stories just Timu knockoffs of older, better stories? They don't have good ones. They'll say things like, well, the Bible's is more original, it's accurate, but it's the same thing as what the Quran's doing, where the Quran just say, hey, the Bible's wrong, here's the accurate one. Okay. Like, that's what the Bible's doing to the Babylonian stuff. The reality is, the first 11 chapters at a minimum are doing a polemic against Babylon. They learned these stories from the Mesopotamian culture, especially while they were in Mesopotamian culture. That's where they learned a lot of their scribal practices. And when they got back, they're like, hey, let's tell them how it really went, right? How 70 said, Justin, you have the patience of a true Dougite. I would just scream, go read your effing book, then apply some reading comprehension to that. My tithes to you, brother. Thank you, House. And it does take some patience for some of the 9 cents calls. I got to be honest, especially when they're boring. It's hard to stay in it, but I'm trying to be patient here. And Dylan, last super chat for now, says, hey, Justin, do you think Daniel 4:33 that the Babylonian officials were daily like, yep, there's our king acting like a cow again. Just make sure he doesn't eat anything poisonous. Wild story, rock hard for Doug. Yes, the story of Nebuchadnezzar's madness, first of all, is ridiculous. Second of all, you might be interested to know that that story was originally about King Nabonidus. King Nabonidus, in actual history, essentially got sick, went down to the area of Taman for about 7 years or so, claimed that he found some healing through some Hebrews that lived there, and actually did have some kind of an religious awakening. So it's very interesting. But anyways, they redid the story so that it would be about Nebuchadnezzar, because that was the one that they wanted to punk. Daniel's got a lot of historical issues. That's why it's so difficult. All right, let's get our next guest in here. I'm going to bring in Simple Braisha, and then after that, I'm going to pull somebody from our YouTube queue. Welcome in. Is it Braisha?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you
Can you hear
18?
me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. Which one?
I'm a theist, but I do have a Bible. I was wondering, have anybody gave you an answer that a reason why God exists because a man, like a human man, like a male.
I have no idea what you're asking. To answer the question, though, I've never heard a good argument for why God exists. Maybe you've got one. Love to hear it.
A human male.
Yeah, I believe human males exist. Yeah. What about it?
Because God's a man. That's why. I'm sorry.
Well, the Hebrew Bible says God's not a man.
Oh, you talk about God is not a man and the man should lie. You talk about that verse?
It's in Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29. And there's other verses as well. But nevertheless, I agree that Jesus probably existed. I don't know what that has to do with Jesus being God at all.
I don't know how to convince you.
Well, a good argument would be a start.
Because
Maybe
because
something really cool like an archaeological or historical artifact, or maybe a prophecy that was fulfilled, or maybe a Bible verse that says something that is miraculous that it would know it. And anything like that would be fun.
okay, okay. No, I mean Genesis 1, 1 Genesis chapter 1, 26 through 27.
All right, what about it?
Because don't you know when God said, "Let us make man into our image,
Yeah, the divine
after our
council.
likeness"?
Uh-huh.
That's what I was getting at.
Uh, What's
I
that have to
think
do
I
with
think
God being real?
I think that's the great. I think that's the greatest existence. I mean, greatest reason why God exists is because of a human male.
Right, but I don't believe that human males are gods. You see the
Hmm.
problem? Right, so you would need to come up with some sort of a reason for me to believe that human males are gods.
Okay. Okay. And then also I want to give you some contradictions as well.
What do you mean by contradictions?
Uh, in Romans, I'm trying to flip it right now.
What kind
I'm
of
going.
contradictions?
Let me find it. I think. Okay, don't you know how Christians say that the law of God is done away with, and Paul
But
preached that the law.
my
Yes,
friend, I already know this contradiction. Don't worry about it.
is it Romans chapter 2 verses 13?
There's a bunch of them. Matthew 5:17 through 19 contradicts Ephesians chapter 2, Romans in a handful of places. Also, Galatians chapter 3. There's a bunch of places that it contradicts. Yeah, we know that Paul and Jesus contradict each other. I'm not too worried about that.
Because Paul was saying that the doers of the law shall be justified.
I'm sure, yeah.
I don't know how to convince you.
Why would that convince me of anything?
About the human male, that's all I had. That's all I had.
Okay, well, hey, thanks for stopping by, and I'm
Okay.
sure you'll be well. And thanks for the chat.
Okay.
I'm not convinced that was the right person to have up here on the stage, to be honest. Nice, but I don't think we needed to continue that conversation. Okay. Nevertheless, let's have it. For people who don't know, by the way, Paul does have a window, maybe a loophole rather, for still being obedient to the law. But his idea is that, like, if you aren't with Christ, if you're a Jew and you're not with Christ, you can still get to the kingdom. But if you do it by the law, you're condemning yourself so much that, like, you're unlikely to get there. It's so hard, so difficult. The path is narrow. The path of destruction is wide. That's Paul's general idea. He doesn't necessarily say that you're going to go to hell if you follow the law. That's not what he says. But nevertheless, let's bring in next guest is going to be Brugley, and then hopefully we'll get some robust conversation. How you doing, Brugley?
I'm doing amazing, man. How are you?
Doing well. Brugley, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yep, I'm 18 and I'm a Christian.
Cool. And what do you think is the best argument or evidence for the Christian God existing?
Well, I don't usually argue for, but I'd say like the best evidence is some type of like Bayesian reasoning or like probability theory concerning like what's it called, like fine tuning, I guess. But I kind of wanted to come up and like ask you like something that you said like earlier. It was about physicalism, I think, and phenomenal conservatism.
No, we're not really interested in that. Listen, we spent at least an hour and a half doing nonsense philosophy talk that goes nowhere and bores my audience. So you either want to address the topic or you don't.
Oh, well, I mean, I can like address the topic, but I kind of like need to know if you even like can ground meaning at all, because it like seems to be the case that you think like everything that exists is like
what do you think
physical.
meaning is?
Meaning? Well, it's kind of what I asked you.
You didn't ask me what meaning was. You said, "How do you ground meaning?"
Yeah.
I asked you, "What do you think meaning is?"
And I asked, yeah, meaning for me, I could take. Yeah, go ahead. What are you saying?
My question is very simple. When you say meaning, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, just whenever we're talking about like theories of meaning, I could be some type of like what's it called? I wouldn't say I'm a foundationalist. I'm kind of agnostic on what theory of meaning I even hold to, necessarily. But theories of meaning regarding like, let's say like semantics, I could just be like a Wittgensteinian or like hold like language games and use theory. I would say that's the closest. Like,
I don't know how that answers my question. When you say the word meaning, what does that translate to?
Yeah, meaning. Wait, okay. I guess like you just weren't understanding what I was saying. So meaning, whenever we talk about meaning, we're just like relating it to like theories of meaning and like word games and language and semantics.
That's like saying the meaning of meaning is meaning. Yeah, I agree. We can tie meaning to the theory of meaning, but what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, meaning simpliciter. You could just say that it's this underlying reality of subjects that we can ground some type of content to the things themselves. Like Apple, take like referentialist theory, for example. Apple, the word Apple itself.
Here's the deal. The dictionary just gives you the definition of meaning. Do you agree with it? The dictionary definition of meaning, or do you need to find a different word?
Well, I don't really hold to like lexical definitions all too much. Like,
Well,
'cause I don't think that like
we're
we have
speaking
to.
English, and so if you and I are speaking English and the audience understands English, you need to use words in English that convey the meaning that you understand, that I understand, and the audience understands. If you want to rewrite the definitions of all these words, you're more than welcome to do it, but I'm not going to accept them.
Well, I mean, you don't have to accept definitions, but definitions
Oh,
are just
there you go.
stipulative, like in arguments. But I kind of like want to ask you, like, how do you ground meaning? Like, what is meaning for you?
Well, I don't ground meaning. I don't even think it needs grounded. I think meaning is something that is like, we would define it like a purpose or like a reason for something, and those are subjective. Like, human beings decide what they think
Right.
is purposeful. They decide what they think is meaningful. It's you have to be a thinking agent typically to use meaning in any logical
Of
sense.
course. Yeah, of course, I agree with you. Like, we have to be like thinking rational agents. Like, I don't think anyone like rational would disagree with that. But mainly, what I'm asking you is like, given like let's say like beliefs is just a set of propositions. Because I don't even know what you like hold a proposition to be, if like you're a deflationist theorist or something like that. But I'm just kind of asking you, like, what does it even mean to hold to a proposition? Or like say like take for example like I am hot, right? Like, that's a proposition. Like, what do you even like? How do we like? What does that even mean? Because I feel like if we can't like
It
have
means
any
that
like meaning,
there are
like, go ahead.
atoms around your receptors that are moving at a rapid rate that causes you to feel heat.
So are you like, okay, so it seems like you're kind of like relating to like referentialist theory. Like,
I have no idea what any
because
of
I didn't
these
even
words
really know, because
mean.
that
So
seems like kind of confused. Because like, are
it,
you like a referent? Like, okay, so I understand.
again,
So
nobody
referentialist
knows
theory
what
is
these
saying
words
that.
mean. Do you want me to talk to you in only electrical engineering terms from now on, or what?
Well, that's not relevant to like what we're talking
It is
about.
relevant. So the point is,
Electrical
you
engineering terms is
know,
relevant to the
you
discuss about
know,
philosophy.
you know English, right? You know all of these words have,
I'm speaking English.
you know, all of these words have meaningful, like cognates and meaningful words in modern common English that you could use. You don't have to do any of this. So no one knows these words. No one gives a fuck either.
I mean, I could like tell you what they mean. Like, I'm not
It,
here to like,
but
like just jargon. That's just how
yeah,
like that's
that's
just the words that
clearly
are
what you're
normally
here for.
used
You're
within
clearly here
literature.
to jargon drop. So,
Well, I mean, you can ask me what they mean, and I can like try my
no,
best to
I'm not.
explain them.
I'm not going to bore my audience with 20 minutes of definitions. Why do Philbros think
I
that
mean,
this
I
is
guess.
interesting? This is not interesting. Nobody wants to hear definitions for 15 minutes. If
Okay,
you
well
know
then,
how
I
to
don't know what's.
define
I don't
something
know why you're
using
even
common
like.
vernacular, you can just do it.
Well, I mean, you never asked me to, and then like whenever you asked me to, and I told you that I could explain it, you said no. Like, I have no idea what you want me to
But
do, bro.
I want you to use normal people words, or I'll just move on to an adult that will.
Yeah, normal people words. Like, I don't. What does that even mean, bro? Like, I'm just using them
You
how
know what
they're
it
used
means.
within the
Words
literature.
that are
I'm
commonly
using them how they're used
used
within the
in
literature.
modern English for people who didn't study philosophy.
Well, okay, then there's gonna be a problem there, because obviously we can't like express you like words
Yeah, you
without words
can.
that are used within literature, like
You,
Wittgenstein, for
you
example,
surely
like language
can.
games. Like,
I do
let's
it
say
all the
like
time.
I hold like
When I
you do it
write
all the time.
manuals, I used to write manuals for the machines that I designed. I was an electrical engineer. I didn't fill it with a
Mhm.
bunch of electrical engineering terms. I had to spell out in like regular people language what was going on. You can't just jargon drop people who don't know your jargon. So again, I don't care. No one here cares about jargon. If you have a good argument, you can give it without wasting all of our time.
Well, I mean, okay, fine. If you don't like want to talk about meaning and like physicalism, then we can just talk about like fine tuning and Bayesianism and reasoning. Like, do you?
Sure.
Okay, so my argument, like, it's not gonna be like a syllogism. It's gonna be quote unquote informal, but like just for like preface, like, do you know like Bayesianism is?
Yeah, I know about it. I don't know how to do it though.
Oh well, I mean, for that, I mean,
But
it's
you
fine
don't
because
need
I
it for
don't
the
think I
fine-tuning
don't want to
argument,
like
by the way.
run an argue. I don't like want to run an argument that
But
like
I'm
my
saying
interlocutor isn't really
but
like
it doesn't.
respectfully.
But it's not necessary for the fine-tuning argument. The fine-tuning argument fails just on the principle that it assumes that there is an intention to the universe. Like if the parameters were different,
That's
then life wouldn't exist, or it
that's not
would
what I
be
was running.
the universe would be different. And none of this is actually meaningful unless there's already a goal in mind. That's usually how the fine
Okay,
tuning
that's
argument runs.
okay. Well, no, that's not what the argument that I was like running. I was running some type of like, um, probability theory saying that, well, it's more probable that we're gonna have, or more probable that like form and function, rather than like just random Gook within the universe, is gonna come from like rational things. Like we form
Why?
actually like formulate
No,
things
why?
within like
And,
what do you mean why?
why would we expect that the reality around us has to come from a rational mind?
Yeah, I was just getting to that because like by abduction and induction, we can just say that like, or like we can expect that since we are like rational thinking humans, right? I don't know what you take rational to be, but we can like get on that topic. Do you want to like talk about rationality so that we can
Um,
like just get away from that?
I mean, most of the audience here has a definition for rational.
Okay, yeah. So
So
okay, yeah. So that's
does your definition, you think, match the common vernacular?
well by like rationality within humans. I'm just gonna take that like we are gonna be able to like abstract things and like deduce things like induction, abduction, etc. Like just reasoning.
Yeah, it's the ability
Just
to
for the basis
reason.
of the argument.
Typically, the
Mhm.
ability to reason in a logical manner.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's that got to do with
Okay. Yeah.
how
So since
physical
we agree with
properties
that,
of the universe exist?
yeah. So since we agree with that, we can just say that rational beings, more than if not, are more probable to create things. Like let's say like they create an AI. It has a form rather than it's just random. So like since the universe has form, rather than it's just like random, as we see with things that are non-rational produce random outcomes,
What do
we
you
can
think
just say
random
that it's more
means?
probable.
I don't think
Random, yeah, there's
random,
no form.
like pure randomness, probably doesn't exist. Why would I think that the
Yeah, there's
universe
no
is just
form.
random? Like, for example, the way a snowflake forms, it's not random.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Those
What?
molecules can literally only bond in a particular way.
Yeah, you're helping my argument.
I don't think I'm
I
helping
don't.
your argument. That's just how it
No,
works.
because you're not.
That's what's
No, you're not.
expected under physicalism.
No, okay. So you
Mhm.
think that physicalism accounts for like induction and abduction, but that's
I
not
didn't
like what
say
I'm arguing
abduction
for.
or
I'm not arguing.
induction.
I'm not
I
saying
said
like that
what
this
would
is
be
more probable. I'm
expected
saying it's more
is with
probable under
any type
theism than it
of
is
physical
naturalism.
system, there's going to be things that like make bonds with each other. That's how you end up with physical systems. And it makes sense that the things, like if you have an atom of something, that an atom of something can only bond with a particular other atom. So, for example, if you've got the wrong number of valence electrons, that particular atom can bond with another atom to even out the number of valence
No, of
electrons,
course.
whereas it couldn't if it had 8 valence electrons. It might not be able to bond with another atom. This is perfectly expected in a physical universe. There's no mind that is necessary
Wait,
for that.
what? Wait, okay. Well, given Bayesianism, I don't see the argument that this is going to be more expected under naturalism than it will be like theism.
I
Because
didn't say
as
more
I just gave
expected.
you,
I
like,
said it is expected.
wait, yeah, something can be like expected under X and then be more expected under Y, but we're still like obligated to hold to like Y because it's more expected under Y. That's just how Bayesianism works.
Bayesianism, if you're trying to apply it to God, is silly because what you're trying to do is say, well, it's more probable that like a thinking agent created a thing because thinking agents tend to create things and those things tend to have some sort of logical form. And then you're going to say, oh, now that we have a universe, it must come from a thinking thing. And that's just not, it's not logical. It's silly.
What? Okay, you were on track, and then you were like, then it must come from a logical. No, I'm just saying that we're ought to hold that it does come from like a rational agent.
Why?
It's more probable. That's
Why would we
because that's how
think that there's
Bayesianism works.
a rational
You're
mind
skipping to the last
floating
point that I
around in the
made.
universe that's like completely immaterial? The part that you're missing is you're applying the Bayesian probability to human minds, and you haven't equated the improbability of the God mind. right? We have billions and billions of priors that would tell us that minds don't exist without brains, that minds are physical things that exist inside of actual brains. So the probability that a non-physical, immaterial brain floating around somewhere outside of the universe, it's I can't see how that is more
Okay.
probabilistic than literally
Yeah.
any other theory.
Yeah, so like, okay, you just committed to physicalism, but you don't actually want to talk about the physicalism topic
I
because like you
I
didn't want to
just
talk about like meaning and
told you
stuff.
minds are
Like,
physical.
yeah, there's gonna be disagreement in that, but to talk about that and to prove to you
But
that
don't
that's
tell
not true,
neuroscience.
I'm gonna have to just tell you, wait, wait, okay, so that's just gonna be a category error. Yeah, of course,
No,
neuroscience
it's
is only
not.
gonna be talking about the physical. Yeah,
But
neuroscience is only gonna be talking
there's
about the physical, but whenever
yeah,
we're talking about
yeah,
like metaphysical
because
minds and like
because
consciousness, we're
that's what
gonna
the
be going
science
outside the
says.
realm
The
of like
science says
science.
that your mind is physical, which is why we can manipulate it, we can read it, we can fucking put chips in your head and allow you to control things with your mind because it's physical. We can even give you a particular drug that affects the physical nature and causes you to think differently, causes you to act differently because it's all physical. There's no evidence that the mind
Yeah,
is
because that's just
non-physical
brain
outside of the
chemical
brain.
reactions. Yeah, because that's just
So
brain
what?
chemical reactions.
So
You're
then, what's the
expecting like
evidence
some
that our
type of
mind's outside of our brain? What's that
because
evidence?
you're you're expecting that this type of physical
So what's the
like
evidence?
realm to explain like the non-physical. That's just
So
gonna be
what's the
category error.
evidence? What's the evidence that our
Yeah,
mind is outside of our brain?
yeah, I get. Yeah, we apply. Yeah, we have non-arbitrary meaning that exists
What's that to do with my
within
mind being
propositions.
in my brain or out of my brain?
Yeah, because there exist such things that are going to be non-physical, in which that I only think a
I
non-physical mind can
I don't
actually
think so.
comprehend, rather than
Prove
just like
that.
chemical reactions.
Support that claim.
Prove that. Okay, okay. Do you want to go to meaning now? Whenever you
Support that
literally
there
didn't want to go
are
to meaning.
non-material minds. You literally just said the same thing that you're trying to prove. Like you
Yeah,
just you're just
non-material
begging
mind
the
is going to
question
be
now.
rationale and consciousness. Yeah, well,
Again,
and I
why
literally
would
told
I
you that to
believe
prove
that that
that we're gonna have
exists
to go to
outside of a
meaning, which is what
brain?
you rejected. Because
Why would
I'm
I
gonna have to
believe that
go to
exists
meaning and
outside of a
definitions.
brain?
Because I'm gonna have to go to meanings and definitions to even explain this to you, which you didn't want. You whined about it. You were like, no, 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 I don't want you to start
You
explaining
actually
things
you don't
and
actually don't have
try
to
to
do any of that.
try to have substance.
You can use real words. You can put your big boy pants on and use real words.
Everything I was saying was real words within the literature.
I'm sure. Yeah, but we didn't read your fucking literature, so we don't care.
Bro, okay.
So again, if you can use real words, that's what you're going to do. If you can't, I'll move on to an adult that will. So why would I believe that our minds exist outside of our brains?
Apologies, I got a call. What'd you say?
Why would we believe that minds are outside of the brain?
Yeah, because we can abstract meaning from things such that like meaning is non-physical itself. And
I
I believe that
disagree.
only a non-physical consciousness.
We started on the
Okay.
argument from meaning. We didn't agree on that.
Of course.
I don't think that meaning is
Yeah,
non-physical.
and
I
then I
don't
was
think
trying to
meaning.
prove it to you, and
I
then
don't
you
think
were
that
like,
meaning even exists.
don't use the words. Don't use the
Meaning
words that
is
you're using.
meaning's obviously something that is developed by our brains. That's where we left off
Yeah,
on that.
yeah, and I was saying that they can only be developed by non-physical brains, such that
Why?
like they represent non-physical
That's your
things. Yeah,
conclusion.
because we can get to meaning. Yeah, because meaning itself is
That's your
non-physical, and it's
conclusion.
gotta be
No,
non-arbitrary.
meaning
And
doesn't exist.
no, that's not. Yeah, yeah.
You're
Because I'm
using
gonna
the word
explain it to
meaning.
you.
You're doing what
You're asking me why.
every
And then whenever I
philosophical
go to
religious
give you like
person
the
does, and they try to
explanation,
turn
go
things
ahead.
that don't exist into immaterial things that do exist. Meaning isn't an immaterial thing that exists. Meaning is a process that we engage in. When something has meaning, we're engaging in
Wait, meaning
brain
isn't
states.
immaterial?
We're engaging in brain states.
Okay, so meaning is just a brain state. Okay, well, what like
Yeah.
determines what
Uh,
like the meaning
all
is
of our
actually not why based on
all
these
of our
brain
thoughts
states?
are brain states.
All right, bro. Like, I keep getting a call and I have to take it, but like, me and you can talk some other time about meaning, because like, I feel like you don't track and you don't want me to explain it
I
to
do
you.
track. You don't
And
track
like,
what I'm saying because you only
I've been
talk
tracking
to
you.
people who think that immaterial things exist like meaning, and I don't. And you don't know how to address it because you're used to people just agreeing with you. I don't agree with you. You have to demonstrate that there's some
What?
sort of
Yeah, because I'm
transcendental
trying to.
meaning or platonic forms, and you'll never be able to do it because the science disagrees with you.
Platonic forms. never call me a Platonist. I don't like Platonism. Yeah.
Mhm.
But no, like I genuinely have to go. I can just like reference like Wittgenstein, like he's
Nah, no one really cares. Tell you what, Philbro hour tonight. Well, actually, Philbro 3 hours tonight is painful as shit. These people are unfucking bearable. I'll never understand, never, why they demand that you use their definitions and then allow them to smuggle in concepts. I don't agree. Meaning is a brain state. It's created by brain states. It's something that exists only in our brain. It's a physical concept. You can't put meaning in a bucket. You can't weigh it. You can't measure it. It doesn't fucking exist. So sorry. Surf Murph, thank you for the super chat. I really can live a full life without hearing any more Phil Bros. So sick of this. Save me, Doug. I tried. I didn't keep him on that long. I was hoping, well, he had got a phone call anyways. I was hoping we'd be able to conclude after the dumb wraparound to meaning, but looks like it took care of itself. Game Master Flash says he doesn't hold to lexical definitions. Fine. Define every word in every sentence you speak. Oh, wait, you can't because you don't believe in them. Why do we have a Philbro timer? You know what? I apologize. On that last one, I could have used the Philbro timer. He was giving a formal argument, and I actually just forgot about it. That's on me. I apologize. When people do give formal arguments, or at least, quasi-formal arguments, I should be using the Philbro timer. That's my problem. Sorry. I'll take care of it next time. ZK says Jesus died on the cross to save you from your sins. This is guilt tripping. True. I didn't fucking need him to die for my sins. It's a psychological trap. You're placed in a position of perpetual moral debt you can never repay. True. And we can't help it. We've got this sin nature. We can't help but sin. It's going to happen. And Hunter Girl, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. I only get to listen for a few minutes after work with your summer schedule, but thank you for what you do. And thank you for being kind to Brasia. You know what? As I always say, when people are being kind, you should be kind back to them. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything to be kind. When people come in and they want to jargon drop and act like a clown, then I don't really feel all that motivated to be kind to them. And Gretchen, thank you for the additional super chat. Look, Phil bitches, sorry you were stuck in class while Ian was live, but that's not a reason to take it out on us. Kindly get the fuck out, please and thank you. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. No one cares. It's just not interesting. The God hypothesis is dead in the water. You can't use Bayesian probabilities for something that we know has no actual path forward, because all of our priors say that there's no path forward. Two-Hand Dan, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, I watch these lives like a NASCAR fan. I want to see good faith, honest racing with an occasional crash out. True, at the end, you want to see some paint getting swapped. Today, all I got was track sweepers driven by stoners, maybe Doug's serving churros in the infield. Rock hard for Doug. Horrors rule versus Drew. I agree. Part of the live stream is supposed to be a little bit of battle, a little bit of blood sport, and we really didn't get much today, right? We got Philbro fucking nonsense. We got jargon dropping. It was just the massive amount of just nonsense. To me, it almost feels like I want to say a waste of a live stream, but I think I read a lot of super chats in between guests. I might have time to take just one more short guest. I don't know, maybe just for a couple minutes if they have a really good argument. Christian has been waiting. I'm going to grab Christian and then make them the last guest, but I can't keep Christian very long. Welcome in, Christian.
Hi, what's up?
Are you at least 18?
Yeah, and I'm Christian, by the way.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, I'm Christian.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
There is. I want to run my argument, but I want to talk about something you mentioned about.
Nah,
the
run your argument.
thing of Genesis. In Genesis, you said the Proto-Hebrew was only available for Moses. Proto-Canaanite.
No, Proto-Sinaitic was not available for Moses. So Proto-Sinaitic was not what the Bible was written in. That's what Moses could have known. It's what he could have known, and it's possible that he could have known Akkadian and different forms of Egyptian. He could have even known Proto-Sinaitic, but there's no evidence in the Bible that it was written in Proto-Sinaitic. The language that it's written in gives all the hallmarks that it was written in actual Hebrew.
I looked it up because I was like interested in that, and it actually said the pun still exists. The ish, it exists in Proto-Semitic.
It depends on which
That's what it said.
version. So there's late Proto-Semitic, and then, like I would say early, there's a gray area where Proto-Semitic converted, or converted, maybe migrated, changed, evolved. There we go, evolved into Hebrew. But it started as an Egyptian dialect, and it didn't exist in Egyptian. So
Sir, can
that's
I
why
say something?
it's not as easy as just saying, "Hey, there are some Hebrew word plays in Proto-Semitic," but when Proto-Semitic
Oh
is
shoot.
the primary evolution into Hebrew, eventually you're going to get crossover with that.
Okay. I just looked it up. I asked it 14th century. Could Moses have written it because of that pun existing? And it said yes. Proto-Canaanite,
What are you
Proto-Semitic.
asking? Are you just asking ChatGPT?
Google AI, yeah. I asked Google AI. I said, be honest, tell me the truth, and it said yes.
You
So I
think
tell everyone just
you think
accept it.
Google AI is going to give you like real answers?
I think Google AI would be more of if it was like biased, it would be more of the atheist side. It
Sure,
would be like,
yeah.
no, Christianity is
You
just
could just
fake.
look at like
It's
the
distorted.
encyclopedia for Proto-Semitic.
Huh? Sorry.
You could look at a dictionary, perhaps.
I know, but Google AI also use like sources from like a Jewish site also. So it was like a Jewish site and other sites, and it like gave a little link to it. And it was like, yes, it is. It was existing Moses' time.
But
The ish it did exist. Woman, man.
I'm sure. I'm sure that website told you. Did you bother to
Yep.
check with the lexicon?
Do you want me to run my argument, sir?
I thought that's what you came for, and then you wanted to talk
Yes, sir.
about lexicography.
My argument, sir, is that so I was talking to my sister about like the universe, gravity, all that stuff, and she actually taught me something I didn't know. The moon actually orbits. It rotates like the Earth. You know that, right? It
The
rotates.
moon does go around the Earth. I'm pretty sure we're aware of
It
this.
spins. And like the
Yeah.
Earth, how like it spins, but it's so precise that while it's rotating around the Earth, it also spins. It's so precise that we only see the face. It looks like it's not rotating, but because it's rotating around the Earth and spinning at an exact rate, we only see the surface of the moon. Do you
So
understand what I'm saying?
yeah, who cares?
That is like crazy to me. That's not chance.
Why?
That's like some
Why is that
artist just
crazy?
purposely made the rotation and the
Why
spinning
why
perfectly
is
to be
that
like
crazy?
poetic art.
Why
To
is
me,
why is
when I
that
see that,
crazy?
I'm like, that's because like to just say it's a coincidence is insane. I'm just like, that is
Why?
crazy.
Two things moving at relatively the same speed?
No, it's like a designer purposely did that so we
This
only
is
see the
this is
face
the
of the moon.
literally the worst argument I've ever heard.
No, it's not. It's not.
This is
Because
terrible.
then you're just saying, oh yeah, just coincidence. I can't say
This
that
is
purposely.
this is awful.
No, I don't think you're being honest.
It certainly is a coincidence. Why would we think that the rotation of the moon can't be somewhat relative to the rotation of the Earth?
Like, what are the chances of it spinning and rotating
Uh,
perfectly at the same
probably
speed that
probably
would
pretty
make it
good.
only appear the face of the Earth? Like, we can
Uh,
only see the one face of the moon.
pretty good. That's what it's doing.
I don't think so. I think it's purposely. It's obviously
Also,
purposely designed. God did it.
why? Why would we think that it's perfectly designed?
It's just so beautifully poetic. Like he purposely made
Not
it
poetic.
perfect to do that. It's not poetic to look at the beautiful. We only see one face of the moon every time. That's pretty beautiful.
That's
And to us, it's
not
like an
poetic at
illusion.
all.
Is it beautiful?
I don't think it's beautiful. No,
You don't think seeing
I
the
don't.
surface of the moon is
I'd rather
beautiful
see.
from
I'd rather see all of
night?
the moon.
What do you mean? You do?
I'd rather see
Oh, you
all of
mean
the moon, 100% of it. I'd rather it rotate fast enough that I can see all of it in one night. Also, according to physics,
what do
this
you?
is apparently just explained by tidal lock.
No, there are other planets where the moon would rotate
So,
at probably a different speed, and it would.
so what?
You could see different faces every night. Like different
So
nights, you would
what?
see different faces.
You're aware
Yeah, the
that
fact that
the moon hasn't always rotated at the same speed, though, right? Like the rotation of the moon and the orbit of the moon are not constants.
you say like a million years ago or thousands, 100 years ago.
Both.
Then I would say that that's before humanity, but God
So what?
predestined it. So when humans are on the earth, we saw only the face of the earth. So it's a beautiful, only the face of the earth every night.
Why the fuck
So
would
it's
he
like
do that?
perfectly done. Because it's beautiful that way.
Imagine a
It's like
god more worried about how beautiful the moon looks than fucking babies dying it, in agony with bone cancer, or the mother who's like literally bleeding out as she's trying to give birth because the birth canal is like an improper size for what it's actually trying to do. What a crazy fucking notion that that's what God spent his energy on. That's wild.
well, yeah, no, that's explained by Christianity. That's a fallen world, but I don't think.
It's actually
I
not
think you're just like
explained
glossing
well
over
by that at all.
the miracle.
Not
You're
explained
glossing
at
over it and just
all
trying to dust
by
it under the rug,
Christianity.
huh?
Not explained at
Yes,
all
sir.
by Christianity, because if God like fucked up the world because he was
He did
mad
it as
that
humans.
they ate a fruit, but for some reason he's like, actually though, that fucking moon, I got to make sure that moon's rotating, and it's still the same problem.
No, sir. Sir, the moon is just
It
left
is
over from the
the
perfection.
same
But what
problem.
happened, and by the way, like my argument still stands. It's
Your
still
argument
beautifully
is
like
neither sound nor
purposely done that way.
valid.
So you're just gonna say it's coincidence. Like I don't buy that. I can't. It's just too
Well,
perfect.
it's up to you to provide the actual argument for why it is something other than coincidence. You can't just say, I think it is. Why
It's
would
just
anyone
like
believe that it was done by God rather than just that's how it formed because of tidal lock?
I don't know. I'm saying like if it was just
I,
random, like you
I
said,
know
oh,
you
I
don't
don't believe in
know.
random, but if it was just no, I'm saying if I was in your shoes, I would just say, well, you would expect it just to spin and be imperfect, but the fact that it's always the face of the moon every night because it's
It
so perfectly
it is
rotating at the
imperfect.
same. Sorry, sir. It's
It is
imperfect.
imperfect. It's not always going to do that, and it didn't always do that in the past.
It's not always going to do that, sir. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah,
Is that proven by science? Did they say that?
yeah.
They say that. Let me look it up. And by the way,
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth is not going to be the same speed either. The rotation of the Earth is changing. The rotation of the Moon's changing, and the time of the day is getting longer. In fact, during what was it, like the 200 to 300 million years ago, the time of day was only about was it 22 hours rather than 24 hours?
all right, I have an answer for that. Is it a coincidence that in our time as humanity, it's perfect?
No,
Just that actually makes it more. That actually makes it more my point.
no, it
God
doesn't.
purposely did it where humans pop into existence. It's perfect. Who
No,
cares
not at all.
before we came into existence?
Certainly not
It's
perfect.
just.
It's meaningless.
Do you see what I mean though? Like you don't appreciate the beautiful art of this, like how
I,
precise it is. You
I,
just don't care. Like
I feel like you're
you
just
just don't.
a troll wasting people's time. This can't be a real argument from an adult.
No, I'm not. You're the one doing that.
That can't be a full grown adult. I refuse to believe there's a full grown adult trying to run the argument from the moon. That's got to be worse than look at the trees. Am I wrong here? That I want to write this in my notes. Worse than look at the trees. Fuck, I think the trees are more interesting than the moon. At least the trees are like metabolizing shit. They're bringing nutrients out of the ground, and they're like doing photosynthesis. Oh, it's really fucking cool. The moon is fucking a rock that's rotating at a particular speed. What a nonsensical take. Ridiculous. Okay. Well, nevertheless, hey friends, I've got to read some super chats and then end the live stream before it gets too late. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you, my friend. Says, this dumb caller is talking about tidal lock. Agreed. This is a natural thing that happens when celestial bodies over time. Mercury is tidal locked with the sun, Charon with Pluto, and our moon with us. Yeah. I mean, listen, he could have just Googled it. Like, I'm not a physicist, right? But I know that there was an easy answer for this one. This wasn't a difficult problem, but that guy was not intelligent. But it is true though that the latter stages of Proto-Sinaitic is got a lot of crossover with Hebrew. But there are older versions. Hold on. There's an Egyptian inscription that will kind of show my point. Yeah, it's the oldest known. Well, it's not maybe the oldest known writing system. Phoenician goes back pretty bad. Acting as the evolutionary bridge between Egyptian scripts, hieroglyphs, and the Phoenician alphabet, which the Phoenician alphabet is fed into Hebrew, obviously, and Moabite. It was developed by Semitic workers in ancient Egypt, which is what I was saying, right? So they use this to remake the Egyptian language, which eventually moved into the Levant, which is why eventually it crossed over with Moabite and Phoenician and ended up being Hebrew. But when it first started, it was, during Moses' time period. You wouldn't have expected that. Nevertheless, it is what it is. Also, the Bible doesn't show many signs of being written in Proto-Sinaitic, even if there are some crossover words. I could do a lexical comparison with a lot of the common words in Hebrew, but there should be some crossover. Just don't know how much. Nevertheless, there are people who have done databases of these particular crossovers. Who was it? There's a database between all the Canaanite words that show up in Hebrew. I forget who did that one, but nevertheless, there should be a database for Proto-Sinaitic with the crossover from Egyptian and crossover from Hebrew. House 70, thank you for the super chat. Title locking is a common occurrence in the observable universe. Dude just discovered that it applied to our satellite and is mesmerized by it like a 5-year-old. Damn, you know what? Here's what I'm thinking. I don't think that person was real. I feel like either the dumbest person alive or they're a troll. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that there's somebody who thinks that's a legitimate argument. Game Master Flash, thank you for the super chat. It's beautiful unless it isn't. Then it's a fallen world. Read a science book. True, right? It's always like fine tuning until you look at the stuff that's not finely tuned, and then it's like, well, here's why it's not finely tuned. And Flustered Pony says many Christians who support LGBTQ plus say that Jesus never condemned homosexuality. Is this true? I mean, No, it's not true. Jesus said to follow the law of Moses. Matthew 5, 17 through 19 reinforces it. Matthew 15, Mark 7. Jesus said to follow the law. The law condemned homosexuality, which means by extension, Jesus would be condemning homosexuality. Now, there's some argument as to what exactly was being condemned in Leviticus, but the reality is, whatever it was, Jesus was for it. So, anyways, that's what I would say about that. Also, from Gentleman Viking, Mercury is also totally locked to the sun. Fucking A, see? It's obviously pretty common. And the Nice You Say Nee says 20 moons are totally locked in our system. Shut up. Fucking 20 of them. Holy shit. Okay. Woof. I didn't realize there were that many. Okay. Damn. And C Design says, Google title locking, you moron. Yeah, I thought it was pretty easy. I didn't think this was going to be a difficult one. Float TDI says, who knew if you just say, tell me the truth, go to Google AI, they have to tell you the truth. Just like if you say Jesus' name, in Jesus' name, such gullible. It is interesting, though, that they trust like Google AI so much, especially from languages, like evolved languages. Evolved languages are like super complex. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a better answer. Nevertheless, languages are, you got to be careful with ChatGPT. Or Google, they're not good at doing like language evolution. And Hank says Philbros are impossible to take seriously, especially when they, like us, use like in every sentence, like at least twice, like shake my head. True. That one did actually use a lot of likes. So there is that. And Adam Brown, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, hi. Migrated to TikTok, but still supporting the GOAT. Love you, bro. Rock on for Doug. Well, thank you, Adam Brown. Hey, I really appreciate that. Big W. Huge W, in fact. And Game Guy says, bro, trying to win the debate with Snapple facts. I mean, maybe. Also, it doesn't really fix the problem, right? I don't know if anyone caught that, by the way. What he was trying to do was to find a point that he could just like prove me wrong on. And maybe there's some gray area there about when Proto-Sinaitic started to take on more Hebrew elements and less Egyptian elements. There's going to be some gray area there. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe by Moses' lifetime, it did sound a little bit like Hebrew. But nevertheless, the fact remains that doesn't mean anything for Mosaic authorship. The Bible doesn't show any signs of being written in Proto-Sinaitic. It's an entirely different. It's a different script. It's a different grammar. It's a different conjugation of words. There's just no good reason. It's not just about. I try to make it easy by saying, like, listen, there are just words that show up in the Bible that don't make sense in other languages. But it's not just that. The entire, like, the grammatical structure changes. Letters show up at particular time periods. So, like, you might see a vav with a dot in it that's supposed to be pronounced like a u, right? That shows up in late biblical Hebrew. It doesn't really appear that was in early biblical Hebrew. So, like, there's a lot of tells, right? And Ronnie Land says, isn't it a problem that the genealogy of Jesus skips 430 years of generational info between Abraham and Moses, even more for David? Baloney. It's true. Yeah, it gets names wrong. It skips genealogies, like from Joram to Uzziah. There's like 3 generations that are missing. The father of Jeconiah is not in there either. That's a problem. And Brian, thank you for the super chat. Bayesianism still requires you to assume a specifically defined God as a conclusion within the hypothesis. It has the same problem as fine-tuning. True. That's what I'm trying to sell. Like, if you're doing Bayesian reasoning, right? What they want to do is apply the probability to something that we do know exists, like a mind, right? And then they want to use the same probability to apply it to things that we know don't exist. Well, at that point, it's a different probability. Once you change the probability target, the probability calculation changes. You can't just apply it to something that's smuggling. Maybe even similar. Well, it's kind of a bait and switch. Opto Poppet says, Justin, we don't want philosophy babble. Caller proceeds to philosophy babble. That's all they have, though. You see what I'm saying? They just don't have anything else. That's why they do it. And Sean Hanston, thank you for the super chat. How many universes has he observed to determine what's more likely? Exactly. That's the other thing is they don't really have a method for determining the likeliness of anything within this universe because we only know a fraction of it. And we don't know if there's other universes or if the universe is infinite. There's so many things that we don't know that to do like a Bayesian calculation on the formation of the universe just seems kind of silly. So, nevertheless, Philbro's going to Philbro, right? I'm going to grab some of the super chats from earlier in the stream. Ferdinand Patak says, maybe today will be the day I'm shown magic exists. True. But, I don't think it's going to happen, to be fair. But you know what? They're going to try. And this Knights Who Say Knee says, taking 500 miles per hour and interrupting right, rock hard for Doug, choking on Ian's hog. Oh, talking 500 miles per hour, interrupting. Well, that's the key, right? If they want to jargon drop and confuse people, they have to talk really fast. That way they can use rhetoric when you slow them down and be like, oh, you don't understand, you're not tracking. Like, no, you're using jargon that normal people don't use, and it's it's just slowing everything down. What are you gonna do? Let's see, we got more in here. And from Knights Who Say Knee also says, no way this dude has ever had sex with a human. That's true. That's true. I don't, most of these Flossobabble Philbros, I am not convinced that they have touched grass or a woman or ever got proper nutrition as a child. Like, there's a lot of questions that I've got for these people. Nevertheless, what are you gonna do? They're free content. And Furtive Patak again, summer hours equal catching Philbros leaving daycare. True. That's the problem with summer hours, actually. Yeah, you're gonna get a slightly different flavor. You know what I mean? Now listen to this. I did find an actual real source for the history of the Proto-Sinaitic language. So this is where it gets fun. So the caller might have actually made an interesting point, but it's hard to tell. So the gray area, it says the language originated around the 19th to 18th century. Fair enough. The Hebrews, though, would have went into Egypt prior to this. They would have went about 400 years prior to this. Actually, about the same time. About the same time. So I'm curious if it made its way into the Levant. Anyways, whatever language they were speaking when they went into Egypt obviously would have been different when they left Egypt. So what language were they speaking when they left Egypt? It could have actually been a little bit like Proto-Sinaitic, a little bit like Hebrew. It says early miners adapted Egyptian hieroglyphs to represent the consonants of their own language, which means they should have imported some words from what they were speaking when they were in the Levant, right? I think the question is, what were they speaking? And I think that's going to be the hardest part to figure out. But it looks like by the 12th century, so 200 years after Moses, by the 12th century, the transition into Paleo-Hebrew / Phoenician had begun, right? So it sounds like there's a gray area like between the 18th century and the 12th century, or the 16th century and the 12th century of when that transition kind of took place. And I don't know if we have enough inscriptions in Proto-Sinaitic to say that that particular wordplay in Genesis wouldn't have been in there. It actually possibly could have been in there. Maybe I'll have to pick a different wordplay. There's quite a few different wordplays that we could work on. But I'll have to think on that one. Nevertheless, there's no good evidence that the Proto-Sinaitic script ever showed up in a biblical text or its grammar. Miss Megs, good to see you. Says, Doug and Medusa, save us from Phil Bros. I know. I'm sorry. It's bad. It is bad, actually. Here we are. Vicious says, please stop pronouncing jargon like that. Is it jargon or jargon? It actually is one of those words where it's like, how do you pronounce that? We can Google that, though. Hold on. How to pronounce jargon. Jargon. It's pronounced jargon, even though it has an I. Okay, fantastic. Nevertheless, there we go. All right. Thank you for the correction. And Lorenzo says, all hail DCZ. Chat are just humans. I don't know what you mean by D. I think you mean DZ. And you're right. The chat are humans. Yeah. And Roger, thank you for the additional super chat. Hey, Justin, sending you a hug from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Roger, former Rogerio. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. Big W all the way to Brazil. Glad you're able to stop in. And Bethos, thank you for the super chat. How else can you is not an argument. Thanks, Justin. I mean, it seems to be the case that incredulity is not really an argument. Nevertheless, what are you going to do? Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Moses writing about Chaldeans would be like Shakespeare writing about Wyoming. True, right? It wouldn't make sense. That's why Chaldeans is such a good anachronism, because we have a pretty good archaeological record of when that word showed up. And the tribe of Dan. Peter says, hey, Justin, I thought Jesus let himself die so that Romans won't punish his followers. Where does dying for sins come from? Oh, this is the duplicate. We had this earlier, but yeah, it was an afterthought trying to rationalize Jesus' death. Async, also Gretchen, says, dead goat witch is harshing your gig. It might be the case. Dead goat witch got to go. Listen, I don't know. I think it's pretty dope, and Carnage really likes it. So, Pretty Unperfect says, this guy is out of his mind. High calling it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Definitely out of his mind, and we kept them on way too long. So it just is what it is. And Where is Waldo says, the fact that you want to believe in a God should provoke you to apply extra skepticism. It means you're biased towards believing, even if it isn't true. Yeah, exactly. If you're believing something that you know you want to believe, you should be extra skeptical to double check everything. And Basis Share, great to see you, friends. Is why does it feel like half the guests are high? Because when you get one Philbro, they come in packs, and they can't, they don't know how to communicate. Betho says, that German caller is German indeed. I recognize all the false friends in his English, like formulate. You know what? I've known quite a few German speakers. I would say I think their English is better than our German. I'll say that. I am always impressed with foreigners who learn our language really well. Learning multiple languages is definitely, it's a task. And I think it's impressive that so many people can do it. And 800 Drago says, belated Happy Father's Day. Well, thank you. Best dad joke ever. Can't wait. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Ah, that's a classic. That is a classic. I really enjoy that. Actually, I had that on a card that somebody gave me when my son was born. That was a good one. And God Sinner says, the honest calls kind of hurt to listen to compared to the trolls. Yeah, because like you feel sorry for them because they're like trapped in the nonsense. The bone cracking pretzels twist break my heart from Caracal. Yeah, Cara, like listen, like legitimate people are falling into the trap of these religions, and you know a lot of them don't know how to get out. So. 1 second. All right. Bethos with another super chat. Thank you, friend. If Jesus is God and God is the creator, everything is Jesus directly. Huh. If Jesus is God and God is the creator, everything is Jesus directly. I don't know if everything was made through Jesus, perhaps. That's what the New Testament says. Can't have it both ways. German caller. I don't like German milquetoast apologetics. You know what? The apologetics were not good. He was kind though. He was all right. But yeah, the apologetics were not good. Not good at all. And Worship, good to see you, says, can you ask Christians if they agree with fake verses that are copies of satanic Bible sins and statements? It would be hilarious. Reddit Deconstruction Zone. You know what? Everyone join r/Deconstruction Zone on Reddit. But yeah, that's actually a good idea. I've done that before a long time ago. And I haven't done it for a while. So nevertheless, yeah, maybe we'll get it. I have a collection of them in my Google Drive just for this occasion. And Riot says, I loved Tooth and Nail as a kid. Yeah, Tooth and Nail Records was dope. Still listen to Strong Arm. Oh, of course, yeah. And Orange County Supertones and maybe a few others. Thought I was never Christian. Oh, though I was never Christian. Yeah, listen, in that time period, there was definitely some decent Christian music. Reliant K. I still love Reliant K. Booget says, saw a thing from YouTuber regarding Job. If Job questioning God was why the bad happened, why was it okay for Jesus to ask, why have you forsaken me? True. Although, to be fair, the bad things didn't happen to Job because he asked, right? That happened after the bad things happened. So it would be like super counterproductive. Well, it would be counter to the timeline to say that was why he was punished, right? Because Job didn't sin throughout the whole ordeal. It's like but nevertheless, yeah, that's a fair point. If questioning God allows you to be a sinner, then Jesus was a sinner. And Jinxseed says, I'm actually pissed off about the 6th edition of New Oxford Annotated Bible being rescheduled again. I know. Now it's what, like December? What would a good academic study Bible to get until its release? Well, I love a couple of them. My next favorite is the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition, but the one that you really want, don't get the generic one. It's okay. The pages are too thin. You can't write in them. Get a Bible called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. Let me find it for you. It's on Amazon. There's only one edition of it. There's only one version. It's got like a brownish, greenish cover. That's all you can get. It's like a pleather, like a fake, soft, a fake soft cover. Let's see, nothing. Let's see. If I can, it's not as popular up here on Amazon anymore. I might have to go into my past purchases and locate it because it's actually not coming up in search results anymore. Let me go into my past orders and just type in Bible and see if it's still listed. if it's not listed, let's see, then you might have to get it elsewhere, not on Amazon. Oh, damn. Okay, let's try this. I don't know why it's pulling so much stuff up. That's not what I need. Surely it's still listed on Amazon. I typed it into my search results, the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, and this is not coming up. Let's see. Is there? Here it is, though. It's on Thrift Books. Is there an ISBN? If there's ISBN, we can still make this, get this done. Yeah, we do have an ISBN. Let me see if we can plug that into Amazon and see if that works. It is available on Books Run, Walmart. Damn. It looks like, I think they stopped printing this thing. Oh, that's so sad. It was so much better than the standard Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. I mean, oh, there is one version of it still left. Here it is. All right, we got it. I'm going to put a link in the cheat sheet for this. Give me 1 second so that we don't lose this. This is going to be in the resources tab. And let's see. Do we have a section for Bibles? I don't know if we do. I think I'll just stick it under biblical studies. I'm going to call this the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. And then let me paste the link in here. And now on the deconstruction cheat sheet, you should have a link to the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. It's a fantastic Bible. It looks like right now on Amazon, they're $115 because they're discontinued. I bought mine for like $35. You're probably going to have to use the internet to find it, unfortunately. But nevertheless, if you can't get that specific Bible, just get the regular Catholic or the regular Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. It's really good. McDubbin says, we've been Mandela affected on the Fibro Timer. It was never real. It never existed. Justin is laughing at us. I'm sorry. You know what? It was just as punishing for me as it was for you. I thought it was boring and pedantic and drawn out as shit. So I was punishing myself during the whole thing, and what are you gonna do? Next time on my next live stream, I will make sure to definitely not entertain these nonsense Philbro arguments and waste everyone's time. And D20, thank you for the super chat. If you can't explain it to us in layman's terms, then you don't understand what you're talking about. That's the case. Listen, I love that you learned some philosophy. You read a book. You learned some big words. Great. I love that for you. But you know what? We didn't fucking read those books. So if you come here, you got to use words that normal people would know. And if you don't, fuck, that's on you. Sorry. I can't help that you don't know what you're talking about. Ice Cream Assassin says, please, for the love of Doug, stop the Phil Bros. I tried. We had 3 of them fucking in here today. I told you they travel in packs. And Secular Felina says, a brave Sir Brugly ran away. Brave ran away array. That's from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Brave Sir Robin ran away? It's a really good song. That's good. God Sinner, thank you for the $10 super chat. The argument fails because of a quote from a great work of art. Moon's haunted. What? Moon is haunted from Caracal. I don't know. I actually don't know that work of art. Hold on. Let's see. Moon is haunted. Is a meme? I didn't know it was a meme. Oh, interesting. Well, now I got to learn a new meme. Apparently, there's a whole meme about this, and I've got to learn it. Thanks for letting me know. An ontological shock. Good to see you. Says, why did the baby push around in his mom's stomach? He didn't have enough womb. That's a good dad joke. Hope you're doing well, Rock Hard for Doug. That was an amazing joke, by the way. And Kernel of Truth, great to see you. If you're logged into your Google account, it'll learn to kiss your ass by conforming to your beliefs. Rock Hard for Doug. True. It's not just Google. This is something that's been happening with all of the AI models. You have to specifically give it instructions not to do that, or it kind of is going to continue to do that. So it is what it is. And what are you going to do? Dave says, Jesus died for the sin of Adam, who never existed. Not even a single person in genealogy of Jesus is a real person. It's fake as hell. I mean, there probably are some real people, but obviously a lot of fake people. Moses certainly didn't fucking exist. Adam and Eve didn't exist. That's preposterous. But nevertheless, like, what are you gonna do? The genealogy is hopeless. It's a failure. And Dave with another super chat. Thank you, Justin. Not sure if you're aware, but in the Quran, Alexander the Great is mentioned as a Muslim who, on Allah's command, built a giant iron wall to trap Gog and Magog. Imagine believing that. You know what? I actually did hear about that recently from a Muslim caller. It's pretty fucking wild. That Gog and Magog were still being talked about during the writing of the Quran. Pretty crazy. And fucking Alexander was present. Colonel of Truth says there's no way to determine Bayesian priors because we only have one universe and one set of constants. Okay, for Justin. True. And we have no probabilities for God. Right? You can have probabilities for what a human brain can do, but no probabilities for a God. So it is what it is. Jesus, titty effing Christ, thank you so much for the super chat. The good news is some of you will not taste death before the Browns taste Super Bowl campaign. That's the fact. The bad news is none of my prophecies ever come true. Well, here's the thing, titty Christ. I've been around for a while, and I am certainly convinced that the Browns will not win a Super Bowl in my lifetime. We'll see. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. Are Catholics the new Pharisees? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No. I mean, maybe in some ways they used to be for sure, but I don't know. Hard to say. Sir Gamelot says the edition I found on Amazon is called the Ave Catholic Note-Taking Bible RSV. Really, RSV? It should be the NABRE, right? So it should be NABRE, Catholic Study Bible. And it does show up. There's a bunch of them, the third edition, but that particular Bible, not so many. When you go to buy it, it's $115, the only one listed. So it just is one of the things. The one that you found is not the right one. It's not in the RSV. It's going to be in the NABRE, which is a newer translation. So it is what it is. Anyways, I think that's it. I was looking through all the chats. Hey, friends. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Anyone? I see GM, Ogar. Oh, Ogar is fun. Yeah, let me check the YouTubes to see who's live on the YouTubes, and we'll see what we can do here. Oh fuck, Blitz is live right now. Holy shit, on Skep Talk with Forrest. That should be a fun matchup on YouTube. Oh, Sebastian's fucking live? No way. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Hey, listen, here we're gonna split the audience. I need everybody on YouTube to head over to the line and catch our boy Dr. Blitz and Forrest cooking on science. That's what we need to tell them. Justin sent you, DZ sent you, and tell them Doug sent you. And then on TikTok, I need everyone to head over to Pinkbeard, aka Sebastian Cole, and give him a good old raid from Deconstruction Zone. Tell him hi, we love him, and friends, have a great night.